Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Literally not true.
Is that correct?
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Dati mihi Anglican police service. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It's great to have you here this morning. Happy Tuesday to you. Monday was a Monday is what it was. That's what it was. It was a lot of work Monday. Thanks for all those who stuck it out through the 10 or so hours we did live yesterday. But we're back. Pre-trial. That would be a good one. Let's see. We're kicking things off early this morning. I apologize. I'm a little late because I was on the phone with my internet service provider, which honestly, you guys remember the Pahl stream incident? That's the last time I had a problem with my ISP, was when our telephone pole got hit by a truck and broken in half. And they fixed it like the next business day. Right? It was on a Friday. I think they fixed it on a Monday or something like that. So I have to admit, I like my service provider, and I go through Metronet, which I guess is one of the million people who can provide fiber internet wherever I live. But yesterday, as I was, we were live stream listening to court, somebody came to the door, and I left. You saw me pop out for a minute, and this guy talked forever, and he was trying to pitch me on fiber internet. He's like, "Oh, you need to upgrade to fiber internet. It's so much faster. We can do up to 2 gig." I'm like, "I got that now. Why? Tell me why I should switch to you." And at the end of the day, he gave me a number, and the number was half what I'm paying right now. I thought, that's funny. Because I'm paying a lot more than that. But I don't like switching because I like Metronet service. So I called up Metronet, and the downside was I had to sit on the phone for half an hour. But once I finally got Karen on the phone, by the way, thank you, Karen. Shout out to Karen at Metronet. She was fabulous. I said, "Karen, love you guys. Okay, just heart to heart, love you guys. Been here for 2 years. Auto pay, it's great. You guys have never done me wrong. But tell me why I'm paying 2 times what all the competitors are charging for the same thing." And she's like, "Oh, let's see. Oh, okay, let me do this." And she cut my bill in half. And she's like, "Effective, we'll backdate it for last month." "Okay, done. Yep, it's half. Thanks." I'm like, "You must be." Someone was getting like huge commission off my check. So the bill got cut in half for my internet. And that's like, yay, because that's, family money. Because it's the family internet, I can't just write it off on my businesses. So, way to go, Karen at Metronet. Metronet must be bleeding customers. Well, they're keeping me for now. They're keeping me. Will they give you any money? No money back. No, we won't do that. By the way, Fire Girl, handmade by Wendy. You are the internet owner. We are sentencing you right here. Well, right here. There you go. To internet ownership. Because of your promptness this morning, we are punishing you. Yes, everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility, including my Metronet, so make sure it keeps up and running. That would be great. Mrs. Ari is just going to be surprised when the lower bill comes in. She's like, "Why did our internet suddenly get $80 cheaper?" Yeah, because I called Karen and she fixed it. Anyway, so it's already a good day, which is great because we have to sing happy birthday to those who are celebrating today. And then we're going to begin court because the real court begins at like 10:15. We're trying to catch up so that we can be done and be on time so we can get closings and the verdict watch, and most importantly, the verdict all on time. So that's our goal. We've just got a little bit left to catch up. So it will slowly, no, it's infinite. They locked it in at this price. She just took your word for it? No, she probably has copies of every bonus. That I could send her right to the webpage. It's just their advertised pricing. Anyway, birthday today. Thank you, Red Pen, for this, and thank you always to our amazing mods who get up early and put in the work to get things set up so that everything is just easy for me in the morning. I could not do this without you guys, honestly. Thank you. Sandy Beach, Nurse Kate, and it's Karen and Dave's 21st. Karen and Dave, happy 21st anniversary. Happy 21st. That's really cool. What do you do at what's 21? What do you do at 20? Well, that's not the age 21, but what is there like a special thing? Is there a special
Happy
gift?
Birthday. You
The
look
21st
good.
anniversary, is that like the brass anniversary? The brass and lead anniversary? I don't know. I don't know what that is. Anyway, let's sing to Sandy Birch. Whoa, careful there. Sandy Beach and Nurse Kate. So everyone who's anyone, please, wherever you are, stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. We're gonna sing Happy Birthday to Sandy Beach and Nurse Kate. It's their birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Sandy Beach and Nurse Kate. Happy birthday to you. All right, there we go. That was nice and easy. First try, nailed it. Presley, is it your birthday too? A happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Presley. Happy birthday to you. So Presley is KT Russell's sister, I believe. Happy birthday, Presley. If not, I just joined families together like that. That's awesome. To all those who are celebrating their birthday today, happy birthday. I realize there are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. And I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. Privilege, pleasure, and the honor, joy, it's ours. She's in the car with me. She's turning 50. Happy birthday. Happy 50th birthday. That's awesome. That's wonderful. Let's see. Shout out to Gen X, by the way. Shout out to Gen X. All right. Begin by make your day a little specialer, right? That's what we're going to do. But begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's House, Village Inn, Andy's Grill, and Bob Evans and Cracker Barrel. I think I put two in there. Want somebody in there twice. I'm not sure. But free pancakes, which is good. All right, is there anyone I missed? I think we got everybody. Yay, Scorpios. Drum solo coming up. Join me with the drum solo. It's the best way to start your day. I must admit, I've sort of flubbed the final. I missed a couple to the paradiddles, or I forget what they call them. I wasn't as crisp on my drum solo as I have been on other days. I'll do better tomorrow, I promise. But happy birthday. Thank you. All right, let's begin it right where we left off, which is probably the best place to be. And if you remember, we just barely finished The Investigator. It took forever, right? We got all the cell phone records and the text messages, and it took a long, long time to get through it. Things are going to speed up now. They're going to speed up because the state just rested. So let's pick up right there. He just got excused from the stand.
Any other witnesses from the state?
No, Judge, the state rests.
Okay, folks, there's some legal things we need to take up once the state rests, so I'm going to excuse you and ask you to go back to the jury. Okay?
We're on 1.5 speed. I think that'll work really well for us today until we get caught up.
All right, have a seat, everybody. All right, the jury's left, and the state's rested now. Anything else from the state at this juncture?
I guess I just want to confirm with Madam Clerk that all of the exhibits that were entered and admitted.
Yes.
Thank you. Then nothing else from the state.
Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Wolf?
Your Honor, I would move for a directed verdict at this time.
I love
I think
that.
it's,
Or motion to dismiss,
motion
I'm
to
sorry.
dismiss at this time. What's the basis?
Your Honor, I
Motion to
believe that the
dismiss.
state has not, that a reasonable jury, given the presentation of testimony and evidence from the state, could not support, a reasonable jury could not find beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Pahl committed the charges in the information.
All right, any response from the state?
In the light most favorable to the non-moving party, I think the evidence is circumstantial but significant, and I believe that there is sufficient evidence for a reasonable jury to find the defendant guilty.
So, for reasons set out on the record, I'm going to deny a motion to dismiss at this time.
That was so
The
quick.
state's case is a
That was
circumstantial
so
case.
fast.
It's a case that indicates, if looking at their evidence in the light most favorable to them, that on August 23rd of 2022, Ms. Pavlons was missing, not seen afterwards until her body was found on September 9th, about 17 days later or so, that she had been in the company of Mr. Pahl upon leaving their apartment that morning, that she was seen on video at a quick trip in the proximity to the place where Mr. Pahl had a medical appointment, that Mr. Pahl was seen on video returning to his apartment at approximately 11 o'clock or a minute or two after that on the 23rd of August, 2022, and that Ms. Pavlons was nowhere to be seen at that time. He then was seen bringing in her, what appeared to be her pink water bottle, and in a light most favorable to the state, bringing in her purse as well inside a plastic bag. And again, she was not seen any time after that. Her body was subsequently discovered on September 9th. There is unknown manner of death, unknown cause of death, but we have evidence as well that between the August 23rd date and before it was public, and before it was known to Ms. Pavlon's family on about the 12th of September, Mr. Pahl or his father, or I should say on devices, electronic devices belonging to Mr. Pahl and his father Marvin Pahl, various searches and, I'm not going to use the brand name, but internet searches were made inquiring about
Google.
Stephanie Pavlons, about death, about
Yahoo.
people reported missing, and so on. And there's a lot of information about upticks in the use of a police scanner app when certain things happened. When Mr. Pahl saw law enforcement at the scene on September 9th, his actions were such that it indicated that he may have known something about her death before it was announced publicly. So I'm going to find that at this juncture, and I'm not including all the other evidence that's out there, but communications with people in the Philippines, acknowledgments about something bad happening, tracking cell phones, contact with his father and Marvin Pahl's device being used to do research or look things up related to Ms. Pavlon's obituaries, death, bodies being found, and so on. I'm going to find that there is sufficient information, again, circumstantially, to believe that the state could meet its burden of proof on both counts, and so I'll deny the motion to dismiss at this time. What's going to happen with the defense? How many witnesses?
2, possibly 3, Judge.
Okay, and is your client going to testify? Do you know at this juncture?
No, sir.
You do not know, or he's not going to?
Do not know.
Okay, all right, then will anything before we bring the jurors back?
Can I go see if the witnesses are out there?
They better be out
Yeah,
there.
we had that construction guy come back at 1.
Oh, yeah, so he's
Okay,
free.
hold on. We're gonna slow this down just a teensy
You gonna go
bit.
check?
Yeah, just double check.
Let's go, let's go.
Speed is of the essence, he says. We're going to 1.25 speed. So
Sorry, I didn't know.
that's just the judge's. I don't know if he had extra coffee this morning or what, but wow, he's
Jurors back.
jurors back. Bring the jurors. So we're now on the defense case in chief. And it's going to be quick, which means we're probably going to hit closings today, I think. I don't know what's on the schedule. We'll see how this ends. I have not pre-watched any of this. Don't spoil it for us. I think some of these might be quick, too. I don't think we're going to have lengthy testimony from anybody. We have slowed it. We've slowed it down. Slowing it down. I made up a new word, I think.
All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Have a seat, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the state's rested at this time. Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Wolf, call your first witness.
Defense calls Jason Panelski.
All right. Sir, if you come up to the witness stand to my right here, please.
Jason somebody.
And then once you get up here, I'm going to ask you to step up.
Oh, what, is he a lifeguard? Is he wearing a lifeguard
And then if
hoodie?
you could raise your right hand to be sworn in by our clerk.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. All right, have a seat, sir. Can you tell us your name, please?
Jason Panofsky.
Jason, J-S-O-N?
Correct.
Spell the last name, please.
P-E-N-O-S-K-E.
All right, thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Galaviz.
Thank you, Judge. Jason, where do you work?
I work at Findorf Construction.
Oh,
what do you
he's
do for them?
sporting a
I'm
company,
carpenter.
a company
And on
shirt.
August 23rd, 2022, who are you working for?
I was working for G.H. Findorf, but we were hired by Pro Health to pound in no trespassing signs that day.
And where was the no trespassing sign supposed to be placed?
Around a couple properties they kind of own around an orthopedic building off Gulf Road, I-94.
And did you go there by yourself to do this project, or were you with
No,
anybody else?
there was three of us.
Who were the other two?
It's Nick Fricano and John Bergeson.
And was anyone there in charge of the project?
Yes, that's Nick Fricano.
And again, you were there on behalf of Pro Health?
That's correct.
And what kind of signs were you posting? What was on the sign?
They were just a basic no trespassing sign. They were putting around the complete perimeter of their properties.
So that would have been on the east side of the building, true?
Yes,
Did you post
east
any?
and west.
So did you post any on the back side of the building?
I believe some of it kind of wrapped back there, but I can't say for sure. There was a number of trespassing signs.
I'm going to show you as what's been marked as exhibit number 14.
We have a no trespassing sign.
And published to the jury.
Might be the aerial view.
Yes, that's already been admitted. Right.
No, exhibit number 400, I mean.
Wonder if he gets
Okay,
a
I'm sorry,
bonus
which
for
number?
wearing
400,
Findorf
400.
construction.
400?
gear.
Yes, Judge, sorry about that.
Right. That's not been used yet, right? Nope. Okay, go ahead. Wait, you don't have an objection to it?
Don't have an objection.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
It's going to come on your screen. Let me know when it's on your screen there.
I got it.
Do you see it on your screen?
I do.
Does that appear to be the area that you posted on August 23rd, 2022?
Yes, this was one of the sections.
And you were the one handling the signs?
Correct.
Was it you and
John Bergeson.
John Bergson were the ones handling the signs?
Correct.
And I take it the other individual was the person telling you where to put them?
That is correct.
And do you recall what time you started the project?
I'm thinking it was earlier in the morning, 8 o'clock maybe. We started pounding signs, 8 or 9. It was somewhere in there, I think.
And where did you commence pounding the signs, you specifically?
Well, it would have been the last one we pounded in. That in this back of the tree line by the golf course.
And it's safe to say that you guys always stayed together when you did this project?
That's correct. I mean, Nick would take the lead and kind of check out maybe the next spot in a couple areas, but we followed him.
I'm showing you it's been marked, or defense exhibit number 401. Do you see that?
I do.
Does that appear to be an area? Well, in that area you can see the golf course, true?
Yes, true.
And there's a wooded area in front of the golf
Correct.
course?
That's correct.
Did you mark that area?
With, yeah, in the back of it.
Do you see the part of the orthopedic building on the right there?
Say that again?
Do you see part of the building on your right? The orthopedic
Yes, I
building?
do.
And again, during this time where you're pounding this part of the no trespassing signs, you're all three of you still together?
That's
too?
correct.
Did there come a point in time that something caught your attention or one of the three's attention about something in the woods?
Yes, it did.
What was that?
We weren't sure at first. Nick's the one who actually went over there and checked it out while Rock and I, John Bergeson, that's his nickname, were pounding it for the last sign.
Rock.
So Nick got your attention.
Yes,
And did you walk over by Nick?
we both did. Similar time frame. Both at the same time we followed then. Once he said something like, I see a guy or I see something laying. So we followed over there and kind of checked it out and see what was going on.
And when you heard Nick say that, where was he standing in relationship to the woods of the golf course? Was he inside
He went
the woods
in-
or the outside of the woods?
No, we were into the wood frame, probably the woods about, I would say maybe 10 feet. He cut towards the other side, the Gulf Road side. That's where he spotted it.
He cut over to the other side through the woods?
Cut through, but not completely through the woods. It was just on the other side.
Was there a path going through the woods there?
It wasn't really a path. I don't remember that.
When you walked in, did you see what he was referring to?
Yes.
How far away were you from what he was referring to?
We all got within about 15 feet, I'd say roughly, of it.
And did you know, or did you ever figure out what that was laying there in the woods?
Well, as time went on, kind of checking it out for a few seconds, we all settled on the fact that we're looking at a corpse here.
Yeah, could you tell did you make any guess or figure or thought as to whether or not to strike that? Did you know whether or not the corpse was a human versus an animal?
I'd say it was pretty evident when you saw shoes and stuff on it, yes.
So your
Most
thought
animals
was this
don't
was a
wear
human
shoes.
versus an animal in the woods?
That's correct.
And you had a thought as to whether and that was a female or male?
When I approach it, I assumed, I'm not a dead body expert of what gender they are, but I saw what I thought looked like women's shoes on the body.
And so you thought it was a woman?
The coloring is, I think, what sold me on it.
And you thought it was a woman laying there?
I thought, but I couldn't tell by the rest of the body.
Did you exit the woods with the other two?
That's correct.
Do you know, did somebody contact the police?
Yes, Nick Picano did.
Did the police arrive on the scene?
Yes, they did.
How long did it take for the police to arrive on the scene?
15 minutes.
Did you get interviewed by any of the police officers?
I'm going to say, this was a couple years ago, but maybe a short period of time.
Yeah. Did you tell the police officer what you saw?
We filed police reports, so, yeah.
Did you tell the police officer that you thought it was a woman?
I believe so. I believe that was on the report.
I have no further questions, John.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Panaski, you were asked some questions. This was on September 9th of 2022, not August 23rd, right?
Yeah?
That sound right?
Yes.
Okay. So you're there on September 9th with your coworkers to pound in some no trespassing signs, and you said that based on the shoes is what made you believe that this was a female?
That's what I felt, yeah.
Okay. Did you talk to anyone about this other than law enforcement that day at OAW?
No.
Did you go inside OAW?
No.
Did you tell anyone that walked by that you found a woman in the woods?
There actually was somebody that approached us. I believe it was a woman. And she asked what had been found. And I think somebody out of our group might have said, we discovered a body.
Okay. So that's all you're sharing with anyone other than law enforcement?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said that you assumed based on the color of the shoes that it was a woman?
I think so, yes.
Okay. Nothing else stuck out to you that made you think that was a woman?
No.
Okay. You said you couldn't tell by the rest of the body because of the condition of the
It was
body?
in poor condition, yes.
Decomposed?
It looked like it had been there for quite some time.
I don't have any other questions.
All right. Any redirect?
No, sir, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Panaski. Appreciate you being here, sir. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Next witness.
Yes, sir.
He salutes the guy. That was supposed to help the defense, saying it's possible that the information leaked out to the public that there was a woman's body found in the woods. And they got a little bit of that, because at least one person was told. And you know that story didn't stop right there. I mean, hey, somebody just told me they found a dead woman in the woods next to my work. That's something somebody would share.
And if you could step up and then raise your right hand to be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
All right. Please be seated. Could you tell us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Dr. Stacy, Stacey, Hail, Hail, like a hailstorm.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Galaviz or Mr.
Hail, yeah.
Galaviz. Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Hale, are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where do you work?
I am an associate professor at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center located in Dallas, Texas, and I staff the emergency department at Parkland Hospital, which is also located in Dallas. It's also where JFK was taken when he was shot, and the single busiest emergency department in the United States.
Whoa.
And
I bet they see
at
this
the hospital, what capacity did you work?
Can you repeat that?
At the hospital, what do you do?
I am an emergency physician, and I'm also a medical toxicologist.
I'm showing you what's marked as defense exhibit number 441, and just for the witness. Is that on your screen, Doctor?
That is my CV.
And a CV is what?
A curriculum vitae, kind of like a resume, but more in the academic setting.
I'm going to scroll through it just to double check.
I think it is the same one, Shelley. I
And
didn't watch that
Did you
trial.
draft this purposely for this trial, or is it your CV?
Yes.
It appears to be 33 pages long.
Yes.
Your glasses
Does
just pop.
Does the CV discuss your qualifications?
Yes.
Does it discuss your background?
Yes.
Judge, you move exhibit number 41 and have it published to the jury.
An objection?
No, sir.
All right, it's
Resume.
admitted and you may publish it.
And just for the record, it's exhibit number 441.
33 pages at 14 point. Is it double spaced at least? This woman has seen it all and done it all.
Let me go through the CV with you, just and the jury. Now, page 1 of exhibit number 441 lists your education.
Yes.
Could you briefly describe your education to the jury?
Well, I received a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. And that was followed by obtaining my medical doctor degree at the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta, Georgia. And then I returned to Dallas, Texas, where I did my internship and residency at UT Southwestern, and that was at Parkland Hospital. And my residency was in emergency medicine. And then I did a 2-year fellowship in medical toxicology, and that was also through Parkland Hospital and the North Texas Poison Center, which is located at Parkland Hospital.
So you indicated that you're a professor, true?
I'm an associate professor in the Department of Emergency Medicine at UT Southwestern.
And you also work with the Poison Center?
Yes.
Now, page 1 also lists your professional work experience, true?
Yes.
Could you briefly discuss that with the jury?
Well, I've been whether a clinical professor all the way up to an associate professor at UT Southwestern since I finished my medical toxicology fellowship or actually my emergency medicine residency. And in the medical toxicology fellowship, you also continue working in the emergency department. So that's been since 2002.
Page 1 also discusses your professional certifications, true?
Yes.
And what are they?
I am board certified by the American Board of Emergency Medicine, and I'm also board certified. It's actually a sub-board of emergency medicine called medical toxicology.
And are you still board certified today in both of those?
I continue to be board certified in both specialties.
Now, page 2 of your CV lists your licenses?
Yes.
And what are they?
I hold a medical license in the state of Texas since 2001, a Texas Controlled Substance registration since 2001, a DEA registration that's to prescribe substances since 2001, and I am from Texas, so I have a concealed handgun license.
Hey.
Page 2 also
Just tack
lists
that
your
one on.
honors and awards?
Yes.
And could you briefly outline those to the jury?
Well, the most recent and pertinent awards that I have received, first, fellowship status by the American College of Medical Toxicology, and that is a distinction within medical toxicology when you've practiced for a number of years in that field. And then I received an award by the Organized Crime and Drug Enforcement Task Force. It was a national award, and that's associated with the Department of Justice, and it was for specifically assisting federal agents and federal prosecutors in combating the threat of fentanyl in communities in the Pacific region of the United States.
Now, page 3 through 22 discusses cases that you've worked on or testified to as a medical expert witness, true?
Yes, and this is not my most up-to-date CV because I'm constantly adding to it, but for the most part, yes.
And could you go through some of those cases that you've listed for the jury?
Yes, I have testified in civil matters, basically on both sides, plaintiff and defense. And then I have also testified in criminal matters. The vast majority of cases that I have been asked to work on are at the federal level, largely pertaining to federal drug crime. And for many, many years, the opioid epidemic, and then followed by the fentanyl crisis. But I have also testified at the state level approximately 9 times for the prosecution, and this would be my 3rd time for the defense in a state criminal matter.
So you've testified in a criminal matter at the federal level?
Yes.
And how many times have you testified at the federal level?
Approximately 50 or 60 times for the prosecution.
Have you ever testified for the defense at the federal level?
Not in a criminal matter.
Have any of these cases that you've testified to involved homicides?
Can you repeat that?
Have any of these cases involved homicides?
Yes.
Percentage-wise, how many of the
33
cases that
pages.
you've testified to involve homicides?
They're a smaller fraction compared to overall federal drug crime, but all of them essentially focus on a cause of death testimony.
Civil stuff mostly, I guess, right?
When was the last case that you testified to as to the cause of death?
Let's see. That would have been in August in Nebraska for a federal drug crime case.
Were any of these cases that you testified to involved controlled substances and homicide?
Yes.
Approximately how many of those have been controlled substance and homicides?
Most of them. At the federal level with federal drug crime, we are talking about violations of the Controlled Substances Act, and there is a law called the Len Bias Law. Len Bias was a University of Maryland basketball player who got drafted by the Boston Celtics, and the night that he got drafted, he did cocaine in his dorm and developed intractable seizures and had a cardiac arrest and died. So his mom lobbied Congress for stiffer penalties for drug dealers who distribute a controlled substance that leads to death or serious bodily injury. And then another version of the Controlled Substances Act is specifically geared towards bad doctors and the ones that run pill mills. In other words, they are prescribing many controlled substances outside the realm of professional practice and without a legitimate purpose. And so my testimony at this federal level is either regarding death or serious bodily injury as it pertains to a drug dealer, but also when there are deaths in a physician's practice pertaining to a controlled substance.
Have you ever testified in any cases involving intentional homicide?
Involving what?
Intentional homicide.
Yes.
How many? And can you describe those?
I have testified in a case here in Wisconsin, in Kenosha, and that was for the defense, and that was pertaining to an ethylene glycol poisoning case. I have been involved in grand jury testimony in Las Vegas pertaining to another ethylene glycol case, but that was obviously for the prosecution since that was grand jury testimony. I was involved in grand jury testimony in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, where a husband killed her wife, or a wife killed her husband with Benadryl and then took him out on Lake Coeur d'Alene and pushed him off the boat. I have had a case of homicide, albeit at the federal level for some reason, that involved the death of a little girl who was kidnapped from a birthday party and was drugged with methamphetamine and other prescription or non-prescription medications and murdered and dumped at a dump. And I testified also at the federal level, even though it was a homicide, about a case in Texas where a nurse stole a drug called etomidate from the hospital.
Judge, I mean, you're going to have to spell that for the court reporter?
Etomidate is ETOMIDATE. This is a drug that we use to give patients before we intubate them or sometimes before procedures. And in this particular case, the individual injected his friend with etomidate to render him unconscious and then shot him in the head and stole some money from him. I think that's the ones on the top of my head right now.
You ever testify in a case involving an accidental homicide?
Wow.
Accidental homicide, any cases?
Well, I don't know what you mean exactly by accidental homicide.
Yeah, accidental death.
There are certainly accidental overdoses, which are many of the drug dealer cases and doctor-related cases that I've seen where not that it's necessarily an intentional or suicidal overdose of a medication, but someone that has a repeated super therapeutic ingestion, meaning you keep taking more and more than you should. And of course, most people that are shooting up heroin or fentanyl don't mean to kill themselves.
Are there any kind of homicide cases that you've testified to that I failed to ask you about?
DSN, thank you very much.
Not that I can think of on the top of my mind right now.
And when you've testified in these cases, were you testifying as a medical toxicologist expert or a medical emergency?
Well, you can't differentiate the two. As an emergency physician, my expertise is in managing all comers to the emergency department. So whether it's trauma, whether it's a heart attack, whether it's a stroke, whether it's an overdose, whether it's a psychiatric problem, so anything that presents to the emergency department, and that is part of my expertise, is being able to not just have tunnel vision, but as a medical toxicologist, as a sub-board of emergency medicine, most people find that confusing, but a medical toxicologist's expertise is in the management and treatment, diagnosis of poisoned patients. And most of the time, those are emergencies. So an overdose, a snake bite, a chemical exposure. And of course, there's things like asbestos exposure and cancer from factories that you work at that is more long-term, and that falls more into occupational toxicology. So my role as a cause of death expert when I am asked to review cases is not just wearing the tunnel vision of a medical toxicologist, but to look at the case as a whole, look for traumatic causes of death, look for natural causes of death, consider an arrhythmia, and look at the toxicology.
So have you ever, in these cases, do you render an opinion as to the cause of death?
Yes.
In what percentage of these cases do you render an opinion as to the cause of death?
Well, with regard to federal cases, there is a standard that I have to meet, which is the but-for cause of death. So typically, medical examiners will render a cause of death, which is, in terms of toxicology cases, they will list all of the substances that are found post-mortem. And it's not very common to find just one substance post-mortem. So therefore, they need, in order to render a but-for cause of death opinion, meaning but for this particular substance, this person would not have died, you need to have a medical toxicologist review that toxicology testing in the context of the totality of the evidence. And about 50% of the time when the federal government asks me to review a federal level death case, I cannot meet that but-for standard because there may be some fact or some hole in the investigation that renders it not possible to render a but-for cause of death opinion.
You guys are asking, what is a but-for? For sitting, obviously.
Have you reviewed, you've testified for the federal level and state level for the prosecution, true?
Yes.
Have you reviewed other cases for the prosecution that it wasn't necessary for you to testify, but you reviewed the case anyways?
I've reviewed hundreds and hundreds of cases where I will write a report and the defendant may plead guilty or the case resolves in some way such that I don't ever have to go to court and testify.
Judge, if I haven't done so, let's keep page on your CV. I'm strolling through all the cases that you've testified. True?
Yes. Or I should say all of these cases are cases where I have rendered a report and been designated as an expert witness. If I actually testified, that is listed on the CV under that case.
Now, page 22 of your CV lists your research experience, true?
Yes.
And could you briefly outline that to the jury?
When I was in high school, I was a science nerd, and I entered the science fair every year. I was working with Dr. Pahl in Milledgeville, Georgia, and I was doing cancer research with him and entered my research every year.
In high school?
To the science fair. In my senior year, I won the state of Georgia science fair and got to go to the international science fair. And then this other research includes some of my undergraduate chemistry research that was at SMU.
I won the science fair in high school. That's on her resume.
CV discusses
awesome,
your presentations.
Yes.
Maybe let that drop.
Did you discuss those with the jury?
Yes. And again, my most recent presentation, which was not on this CV that I gave you, was for the high-intensity drug trafficking authority association. I can't think of what the last letter is, and that's involving fentanyl. I speak at my kids' high school festival every year. And then our senator from the state of Texas introduced a bill called the Fight Illicit Pill Presses Act. And I was asked to come present about those findings. And then I have helped to train DEA agents, FBI agents. I've gone to Quantico to teach, and basically teaching them about opioids and other controlled substances.
I speak at my kids' high school. Now I know why it's 33 pages long.
It appears
She's
that
smart.
most of your presentations have been with law enforcement?
Yes, kind of a parallel universe to my cases that involve opioids and fentanyl or other controlled substances for the federal government. A lot of cases involve sudden death in custody cases, and these are different kinds of drugs that cause this. These would be things more along the lines of cocaine or methamphetamine or PCP, some of these drugs that cause people to be very agitated, and they will end up dying in police custody. And so I often teach our law enforcement with regard to how to manage these types of very complicated cases, because they, of course, become very high-profile cases in the media.
I think page 29 discusses your publications.
Yes.
You published?
Yes.
Could you outline what you published to the jury?
Some of my publications have involved these death in custody cases and hyperactive delirium or severe agitation. This was part of the American College of Emergency Physicians task force. Again, these kinds of cases are very challenging, and so we're always looking for better ways to restrain patients that are in police custody that are very agitated. The National Association of Medical Examiners position paper was medical examiners and us, the medical toxicologists, that got together to discuss best practices for rendering cause of death opinions in the setting of opioid toxicity, and the other things are not necessarily relevant.
Your CV also discusses your media appearances. Am I getting that right?
Yes.
Could you briefly discuss that with the jury?
Well, I end up doing a number of media-related appearances, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, just because sometimes cases end up in the media and are high profile, and also because a lot of poisoning murder cases are of public interest. So I have been on Dateline NBC. I have been on Snapped, which is a crime show where women snap and attempt murder or commit murder. Not that I was the one that snapped. And Vengeance Killer Coworkers, as well as Court TV and other news broadcasts, kind of warning the public about different new street drugs to keep in mind or watch out for. Of course, for a number of years, the concern was that there were counterfeit pills that contained fentanyl, and so, of course, warning the public.
You, again, testified that you have rendered an opinion in a court of law as to cause of death, true?
True.
Have your opinion under both hats or just one hat?
Say that again?
Under both hats? I mean, you're an expert medical toxicologist, and you're an expert medical in medicine, true?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question and the labeling of expert.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Well, you've testified as an emergency medicine doctor, true?
Yes.
Have your opinions always been accepted in a court of law?
Yes.
As a result of your medical qualifications, do you use those at Parkland Medical?
Yes.
And describe, typically, what do you do at Parkland Medical?
Well, it depends on the day. If I am working in the emergency department, I would be working as an attending physician, and I may either see patients on my own, or I will supervise residents and interns and students that are rotating in the emergency department. When I am on call as a medical toxicologist, the way it works is the first Thursday through the first Monday every other month. I'm on call 24/7 for that period of time, and that involves teaching at the Poison Center academic rounds, because we have a number of different kinds of physicians that rotate to learn medical toxicology, and that is a more academic endeavor. And then covering any poisoned patient that presents to Parkland, our Children's Hospital, or our UT Southwestern Hospital. And then oftentimes we cover phone calls from all over North Texas for healthcare providers that are asking for assistance with management of a poisoned patient. I think a lot of people understand that you can call the poison center if your child gets into something under the sink, and it's very common for parents to call. But probably what a lot of people don't understand is that a lot of physicians will also call the poison center for guidance on managing poisoned patients at their particular healthcare setting. And since we can't obviously be everywhere at one time, those types of phone calls are managed by phone.
So you have doctors calling you too for poison questions?
Yes.
And parents?
Parents.
Law enforcement?
I have heard that law enforcement might call from time to time for identification of a pill that has a label, the pharmacy label on it. That isn't needed as much anymore because you could probably look it up on the internet now, but before the internet, that was kind of a use that law enforcement might have at the poison center.
Again, how long have you been working at Parkland?
I started my residency in 1999.
And strictly in the emergency room area?
From 99 to 2002 was in the emergency department as a resident. From 2002 to 2004, I was serving as faculty in emergency medicine, but I was doing a fellowship in medical toxicology, and that was through the North Texas Poison Center and covering Parkland Children's and UT Southwestern Hospital.
Now, when you worked in the emergency room, I take it you saw all kinds of patients?
All kinds of patients.
And you indicated that's the most busiest emergency facility in the whole country.
It has held that distinction in U.S. News and World Report for a number of years.
And you've treated, I take it, people who have suffered gunshot wounds?
Yes.
And approximately how many have you treated for gunshot wounds?
Objection to the relevance, Your Honor.
It's relevance.
Well, I guess we don't know how Ms. Pavlon's lost her life, so there hasn't just covering gunshot homicides, her experience in dealing with them.
There isn't anything on this record that says she died by gun.
I'll take that as a fact then. So have you dealt...
So the objection is sustained. Next question.
No gunshot.
No, she did not have. This is news to the defense.
Have you dealt with any patients who have been stabbed?
Yes.
Approximately how many?
Too numerous to count.
More than 1,000?
I would, probably not 1,000, but in the hundreds.
So
that's
have
not
these
too numerous to
people
count then.
Patients who have been stabbed, have any of them passed?
Yes.
The number, any of them who have come in with stab wounds who, but for the grace of God, did not die?
Yes.
About 4 in there.
Were these patients like stabbed at one particular location on the body, or was it all over any particular body?
All over the place.
And what kind of were these patients that you saw that were stabbed? Did majority of them, or if not, have clothing on?
Well, some might have clothing, some might not.
Were any of those patients that you saw have clothing on their upper body?
Yes.
Were some of them wearing chainmail?
Men and women?
Yes.
Approximately how many of those patients that were stabbed were females?
I couldn't say.
Is it safe to say that the females that you saw were clothed?
I can't think of anybody in particular right now. I'm just speaking in general.
As far as those that were clothed and only stabbed in the upper area of their body, what kind of injuries would you see, internal injuries?
Well, if somebody is stabbed in the upper part of their body, there's obviously very critical real estate, so to speak, the heart, the lungs, solid organs, and somebody that would die from a stab wound to the upper body would have a significant amount of blood loss if that was what they died from.
Would there be a lot of blood on their clothing?
Yes.
And that's only of those who were stabbed and passed?
Or stabbed and critically injured. The concern would be, you could stab somebody in the leg and hit a major artery and you would bleed to death and there would be blood all over the pants. Or you could stab somebody in the chest and just happen to miss anything important and they don't die and there's not significant blood loss.
Have you dealt there at the emergency room with patients who were brought in and had overdosed?
Oh, yes.
Approximately how many of those patients had overdosed that were brought into the emergency department while you were working?
It's been too numerous to count over 20 years.
And what was the typical drug or drugs that
there
these
as well.
patients overdosed on?
Well, it can be a number of things. I think the most common thing to overdose on would certainly be over-the-counter medications, things like Tylenol, which is very toxic to the liver. Aspirin is very toxic. People will overdose on their prescription psychiatric medications frequently. And then, of course, for a number of years, overdosing on prescription opioids or illicit substances is also a very large problem, which is why there's been the opioid epidemic.
Any of these patients that you treated, did any of them come in for seizures?
Yes, I would say I see a patient with seizures at least once a shift.
And what kind of symptoms do you see of these patients with seizures?
Frequently, patients that have seizures, you know that they might either shake uncontrollably, but they can also become very rigid. One of the concerns is them biting their tongue, and that is a finding when someone has had a seizure that lets you know that they probably really did have a seizure. And then another thing that is not uncommon when somebody suffers a seizure is to have urinary incontinence.
What does that mean? What you said?
Urinary incontinence means to basically pee on yourself or lose your bladder. It's not something that that person can control.
Any patients that were brought into your emergency room that dealt with having been suffocated?
Yes.
And what symptoms, if any, did you see on those patients?
Well, there are people that can be suffocated either by strangulation and compression to the neck. And if that's by hands or by significant force, then there's a bone in the neck called the hyoid bone, and that frequently can fracture in a situation like that. Not 100% of the time, but when you see that, that is concerning for some type of neck trauma. And it also has constriction of the arteries that go to your brain. So as soon as the blood is not getting, or the brain is not getting blood and oxygen, you can lose consciousness and pass out. And another thing that you can see with compression is what are called petechiae, which is spelled P-E-T-E-C-H-I-A-E, which are teeny tiny little punctate bruises that you would see from your neck up on the face. And that's not uncommon with compression to the neck.
Now, in this case, I contact you to render an opinion as to the cause of death of Stephanie Pavlon's. True?
True.
And did you make an opinion in this case?
Your Honor, I'm going to object based on prior rulings of this court.
I'll overrule the objection at this juncture, but Mr. Gallagher, you're very well aware of my prior rulings.
What materials did you have to rule or strike that review to make that determination?
I not only reviewed the autopsy report, the toxicology testing, the police reports, the photos from the scene, the autopsy photos, text messages, medical records of Stephanie Pavlon's.
Text messages?
There was some video footage that I reviewed, or still shots of video footage, transcripts of interviews of Matthew Pahl, of other family members. So I am rendering a cause of death opinion with the totality of the evidence.
Are you medically licensed to prescribe prescription drugs?
Yes.
Is he asking
Based
for
upon
some?
your review of the medical records of Ms. Pavlon's, did you note whether or not Ms. Pavlon's was prescribed medication during the year of 2022?
Yes.
Was she prescribed alprazolam?
Yes.
Have you ever prescribed alprazolam?
I have, but we try not to.
It's a choice thing.
What is? Why
do
is
it or not?
strike that? What's alprazolam prescribed for?
Alprazolam, also known as Xanax, is what's called a benzodiazepine, which is Benzodiazepine. And a
Spelling bee,
benzodiazepine
too.
is a drug that is prescribed for anxiety, and it is a sedative hypnotic. It works actually very similar to alcohol, the same receptors, very similar. And basically the reason why we don't like to try to prescribe it continuously is because it does have a high addiction potential. And there is also a withdrawal syndrome associated with Xanax, just like you might have heard of alcohol withdrawal or DTs, which is delirium tremens. One of the life-threatening consequences of alcohol withdrawal is having these DTs and seizures. Benzodiazepines like Xanax also have a withdrawal syndrome that can cause seizures in patients that don't have epilepsy. It can cause them in anybody, which is why we try not to prescribe them chronically.
Based upon your review of the records, was she prescribed oxycodone?
Yes.
Have you ever prescribed oxycodone?
Yes.
What's the purpose of oxycodone? Why do people get prescribed that?
Oxycodone is an opioid pain medication, and it is used to treat pain.
It's not similar to alprazolam, is it, as far as being addiction?
Of course, you can become addicted to opioids, but opioids work at opioid receptors, whereas Xanax works at a receptor called the GABA receptor. Not necessary to understand all of the complexities of those receptors. Both types of medications are addictive, but oxycodone works at opioid receptors. And part of the toxicity of opioids is it causes something called the opioid toxidrome. Toxidrome is the words toxic plus syndrome mashed together in one, and it's a bread and butter term that we use in medical toxicology, and that is the constellation of signs and symptoms that are unique to a certain substance. So all opioids cause the same kind of toxicity, which is pinpoint pupils, so your pupils get teeny tiny. And then central nervous system depression, which is anywhere from being very sleepy to comatose. And then finally, and most importantly, respiratory depression, which is when you're breathing slower and slower until you stop breathing and die. Now, Xanax, those benzodiazepines, can cause central nervous system depression in an overdose situation, but not specifically respiratory depression like the opioids. The respiratory depression associated with opioids like oxycodone is much different from what you see with the sedatives, which is why there was an opioid epidemic, a fentanyl crisis, because of that respiratory depression.
Was Ms. Pavlon prescribed buprenorphine?
Yes.
Could you spell that, please?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm going to object again based on the court's prior ruling.
I'm going to have a hearing outside the presence of the jury. Okay.
All right. Judge says, let's pick a few peppers and get the spice turned up a bit. Where are we going with this? With the pre-trial rulings, whatever it was. Apparently she's not allowed to give her cause of death opinion.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, Redford, welcome.
So, Ms. Opper, his last question was whether Ms. Pavlon was prescribed a certain substance.
Yes.
The name escapes me right now, and you objected.
So I agree that question on its face is probably not objectionable, but the concern is just like what we just had with the alprazolam, Your Honor. In the report that was authored by Dr. Hale, which I have, the last one I have from her is dated August 7th, 2025. There's no reference to alprazolam. There was no alprazolam detected in Ms. Pavlon's toxicology. Yet, they just asked her to opine, how can alprazolam kill you? There's no buprenorphine found in her toxicology, and he's about to go into how can withdrawal from buprenorphine kill you, or what effects can that have? He's implied to this jury that she knows the cause of death, and yet, based on your earlier ruling, she's not going to be able to provide that opinion to the jury. So this is very confusing and misleading. There's no reason to be discussing these drugs that are not part of the toxicology and specifically referenced in her report.
Ms. Galaviz, your response?
Doctor, based upon your review...
No, your response to me.
Oh, Judge,
He just
there
blazes
was
ahead.
alprazolam, I believe, in Ms. Pavlon's system. So I'm not sure what the objection is about alprazolam. These were things that Ms. Pavlon's was described that she was taking during that month of from the summer of 2022. because of her state or decomposition, blood was, you couldn't take blood from her, so they only could take it out of her liver. So I think, I know Ms. Opper doesn't want the jury to hear this, but it's unknown whether or not this was in her system because of, but alprazolam was because of the decomposition of the body and the lack of blood. But
so I'm looking at Dr. Hale's report, page 14. Do you have your report with you, Doctor?
I don't have it with me, but I would like to.
I could give it to her, Judge.
I'm going to show her. There's page 14, and it says positive findings, and it mentions a number of substances. That's document 156 from our file, and we'll just put up that document. Document 163, I'm sorry. I apologize, Madam Clerk. As always, you're right. Page 14. Should come up shortly, Doctor. Frozen. All right.
Judge, I could show her if you want me to. I have an exhibit.
All right, bring it up.
It would be defense exhibit number 442. You want me to go to page 14?
Yes, sir. Doctor, page 14 lists positive findings. Those are the substances that were reported to you to be present in some tissue, correct?
Correct.
From the autopsy report or the toxicology report, correct?
Correct.
All right. Ms. Galavis, you can ask her where alprazolam is in there or some kind of substance or derivative of that.
Doctor, from this NMS report, where is alprazolam connected to those substances found in Ms. Pavlov's?
So alprazolam is not on the toxicology findings. It is a medication that was prescribed to Ms. Pavlov's.
But what? Somebody else took them?
You don't dispute that it was prescribed to her, Ms. Opper?
It was prescribed.
Okay.
But
Right, no, I understand.
Okay.
But it wasn't found in her system.
correct.
Right. So, and then oxycodone or its derivative. So what other objections do you have, ma'am?
So that was on there, and that's in her report on the bottom of page 14, that oxymorphone was found.
Right, a metabolite of oxycodone.
Yes.
So your concern was the
The
alprazolam.
alprazolam and then the buprenorphine.
And what is buprenorphine, which was just testified about? What substance is that, doctor? Does it have a common name or generic name?
Do you want me to answer?
Yes, doctor.
Buprenorphine is a medication used for opioid addiction. It does have a brand name Suboxone when it is mixed with Narcan, but buprenorphine is the generic name. And
Did you have excuse me for a second, did you have a prescription for it, Mr. Galavis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you dispute that, Ms. Opper?
I don't dispute the prescription. I doubt that it was detected.
Okay, all right. So I've previously indicated that the doctor can report about the substances found in Ms. Pavlov's tissue. And we've had other evidence about the tissue or the strength of the findings and so on. So there was a prescription for alprazolam or Xanax, and if there was a prescription for Suboxone and it's some substance in it, I am going to allow that testimony that there may have been a prescription for it. Okay. But I think whether or not it's relevant is a subject for cross-examination. But I want to be really clear here. I've made my ruling about what this doctor can report. She can report about the toxicology findings and the other verbiage about the cause of death, what she believed golfers could see or not see. That is off limits. And I think I've made that very clear previously before. And if you get even close to that, I'm not going to wait for an objection. Right?
Right.
to clarify for me, what
Mr. Gallagher should have done that for you already.
Judge, I did, but I think you ruled that she could not testify as to the manner of death. not the cause of death.
She is able to testify about her beliefs about the toxicology, right?
Right,
Her report sets those things out. She says certain things. In each of the substances, she makes findings about. I'm just going to start looking at page 15. The end of the first paragraph. Acute overdose cannot be ruled out. Death from caffeine toxicity is rare and thus unlikely. Death from cotinine, C-O-T-I-N-I-N-E toxicity is unlikely, etc. She's made those findings about those substances. And I think I've made it very clear about, in the motions in limine, her ability to testify today. And I've made those findings already.
Correct.
Right, and I presume you've related them to her clearly.
Correct.
It's your responsibility, not my responsibility.
Right. And again, your ruling was that she was not to give an opinion as to the manner of death, not the cause of death.
She can testify about the substances that she made findings on and whether or not they contributed to or caused the death. I think I made that clear.
So my concern, Your Honor,
Everyone
is
wants more
that nowhere in this report does she say the cause of death for Stephanie Pavlons is blank.
I understand that.
So I have a lack of notice as to what she's about to say. Absolutely no idea what she's about to say.
But you do. You have her report, and if she says something else, you can impeach her with it.
But I can't because she never says in the report her cause of death is oxycodone overdose or alprazolam overdose. Or she doesn't say what the cause of death is. Her ultimate conclusion is suicide must be considered, which is what you
specifically indicated was not to be testified to.
Correct. And suicide is not a cause of death anyway. It's a manner of death.
Right.
But that's what her report says. But my concern again, Judge, and I'm sorry to be repeating myself, but I have no problem if he says to her, was she prescribed alprazolam? Yes, she was prescribed alprazolam. But to allow her to say what are the effects of withdrawal of alprazolam or can death result from alprazolam when there's nothing in this record gives an improper miscommunication to this jury that, boy, there must be something more here. He can, I believe, my request is he can ask what she's prescribed. But if it's not in her toxicology, we don't know if she consumed it or not. We just simply don't know. Nobody knows. Dr. Hale doesn't know. I don't know. Nobody knows unless it's in her tox.
I understand that. And I think that's a proper subject for cross-examination. So I'm going to allow that testimony. Right?
Wow, without notice.
As to what she was prescribed. And perhaps what those substances may or may not do. But again, the fact that there isn't any indication in the toxicology report and that whether or not alprazolam could cause X, Y, or Z, that's a fair and appropriate subject for cross-examination, whether or not it was at all present.
All right, thank you.
All right, we'll bring the jurors back.
All right, defense wins a little bit on the, but I think Sue's going to be able to regain any ground on cross. A little bit of goat screaming going on. I think Sue's no prior notice argument was pretty strong. And I think the judge just discounted that. If there's no prior notice, an expert shouldn't be up there testifying about it. This is something that the defense has to provide to the prosecution so they're aware of what their side's going to say.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. As I indicated, from time to time, there's going to be a legal issue that has to be taken up between the court and the lawyers. That's exactly what we've done. Mr. Galavis, continue.
Yes, Judge. Doctor, was she prescribed buprenorphine?
Yes.
Have you, for the court report, could you spell it, please?
B-U.
She's got it.
Okay.
Have you ever prescribed that medication?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that medication?
Buprenorphine is nicknamed Boop in the medical community, and it is used to treat opioid addiction. And the way that it works is it goes to the opioid receptors and partially binds to those receptors. So it tricks the receptors to having an opioid there. And you may have heard the name Suboxone before, which is a trade name associated with this medication. And we are starting to prescribe this more and more in the emergency department setting to help people with opioid withdrawal.
Was she prescribed sertraline?
Yes.
And just for the record, sertraline.
Yes.
Have you ever prescribed that?
No, we try not to prescribe psychiatric medications from the emergency department. That is something that we would do in conjunction with our psychiatric faculty.
Was she prescribed torpiramate?
Yes.
How do you say that?
Topiramate.
Have you ever prescribed that?
I have, but again, topiramate is a medication that can either treat seizures or it can also treat migraines. And we might prescribe it short term, but our hope would be that that patient receives continuity of care either by their primary care physician or their neurologist to continue that kind of long-term prescription.
Was she prescribed clonidine? Spelled Clonidine.
Yes.
Have you ever prescribed that?
Yes.
What's that for?
Well, clonidine actually has two purposes. The first, most commonly, is to treat high blood pressure. The other reason why it may be prescribed is to treat opioid cravings.
Was she prescribed bupropion?
Yes.
Spelled Bupropion. Have you ever prescribed that?
Again, this is a psychiatric medication, and same thing, we try not to prescribe psychiatric medications for emergency patients because we would want that to be in conjunction with our psychiatric colleagues.
Again, you are a medical toxicologist, true?
True.
And your expertise is in prescription drugs or illegal drugs?
Yes.
And your expertise in this field, how long have you done it?
Since 2004.
Is it dangerous for a patient to mix these drugs?
It can be, yes.
Is it dangerous for a patient who's prescribed any of these drugs to stop taking them?
It depends on which one. Alprazolam is, again, a medication that if you stop it, you can develop a withdrawal syndrome. So part of that withdrawal syndrome that is dangerous is seizure activity. Alcohol withdrawal, benzodiazepine withdrawal is a life-threatening condition, whereas opioid withdrawal, albeit extremely uncomfortable, is not a life-threatening condition. Opioid toxicity is, but not opioid withdrawal.
Now, you talked about the documents you received from the medical examiner. Does that include the NMS report?
Does that count?
Yes.
Prior to this court case, have you ever seen an NMS report?
Oh, almost every day.
I'm showing you it's marked as State Defense Exhibit number 442, and just for the witness, please. Is it? Oh. Let me take. I made a mistake. Exhibit number 443, doctor. Tell me when it's on your screen.
This is NMS Labs. NMS stands for National Medical Services, and it is the go-to forensic toxicology laboratory in the entire country. It's located in Pennsylvania, and many medical examiners, even from California to New York to Texas, send their samples to NMS Labs, as well as sometimes other types of samples as well, and they are the ones that will do the forensic toxicology testing.
Now I'm going to scroll. Does this appear to be the NMS report for Ms. Pavlon's?
Yes.
Do you recognize this as being the report from Ms. Pavlon's?
Yes.
It's an 8-page report? 8 pages?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to admit this exhibit and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
Oh, Judge, we had previously stipulated to this exhibit.
Okay, go ahead. It's admitted.
Well, What the jury's seeing now is the initials for NMS too. Is that right, Doctor? The initials for the NMS lab is at the top page of this exhibit, true?
True.
Ms. Pavlon's name is on there, true?
True.
And as far as you know, this is the report that was generated by the medical examiner.
This report is generated by NMS Labs and then forwarded to the medical examiner.
What does the labs receive from the medical examiner in order to generate this report?
Well,
Section lack of foundation.
I'll sustain that objection, yes, for that question.
Have you ever submitted samples to the NMS, to the lab in Pennsylvania?
No, I have not.
I'm showing you as marked as, again,
so
page 1. What is the jury seeing right in front of them?
So these are the final results of the toxicology testing that was performed on Stephanie Pavlon. So in other words, they may test for a whole menu. It's actually when you submit samples to NMS Labs, there are different menus that you can choose as far as what to have tested. And in general, they're pretty broad testing of a number of different substances, and they'll test for all of those different substances. And whatever ends up being positive will get reported inside this black box.
Is there anything significant about what you see on these results from Ms. Pavlon?
Well, typically, when the medical examiner sends samples to NMS Labs, it's usually blood or urine. It's not as common to submit liver or muscle tissue, but what has been described is the advanced state of decomposition in this case, where there was not any blood or urine, or oftentimes vitreous, which is the eyeball jelly that can be tested for. Because of the state of decomposition in this case, vitreous was not available, but you can still confirm the presence of substances in other types of tissue, in this case, liver and muscle.
Now, you indicated that Ms. Pavlon was prescribed alprazolam?
Yes.
Based upon your review of her medical records, was it something that she was supposed to take every day?
Yes.
The findings in this exhibit do not have alprazolam listed. Did you note that?
Correct. There's no alprazolam or metabolites of alprazolam. A metabolite is what your body changes one substance into another. All drugs get metabolized, so to speak. And so alprazolam has metabolites that are not present here, nor is alprazolam, the parent molecule, present either.
Would you know that had Ms. Pavlon taken her alprazolam as prescribed, would we have noted a finding for alprazolam in this report?
We should, unless for some reason it was below the level of detection in this tissue.
Was there anything else that you needed to receive from myself, or in this case to render any kind of opinion?
Can you be more specific?
Do you believe I gave you all the material that you needed to render an opinion in this case?
Yes.
Did you note that on the report?
I did.
I'm going to show you it's marked as exhibit number 442. And again, this is just for the witness. And let me know when you see it.
I see it.
Now, this is a report that you drafted for this case, State of Wisconsin versus Matthew Pahl, true?
True.
And this appears to be the first page of the report?
Yes.
And is this your final draft?
I believe so, yes.
And it's dated August 7, 2025?
Yes.
Page 1 of the report discusses your qualifications, true?
Yes.
Why did you find that significant to list that on this report?
Why do I put qualifications in a report?
Yes, ma'am.
I put qualifications in every report that I generate just to describe my education, background, and experience.
Page 2 of your report, it's labeled methodology?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
Well, methodology is how an expert goes about reaching an opinion. And whether it's somebody in a laboratory who describes the technique that they use to analyze something, or fingerprints or DNA, that's the methodology that they use. When a medical expert is giving or rendering a medical opinion, it is also, there is a certain methodology that we follow, and that is the method of differential diagnosis.
That same page discusses, in general, the cause of death, true?
Yes, in general, yes.
And it lists traumatic causes of death. What does that mean?
Well, part of differential diagnosis, if I may explain, is when somebody comes to the emergency department, let's say, and they are complaining of certain symptoms, physicians generate what's called a differential diagnosis, meaning that we go through this mental flow chart of what could possibly be going on with this patient. And so take, for example, chest pain. Is the chest pain because someone dropped a weight on their chest, or are they having a pulmonary embolism, which is a blood clot to the lung, or are they having a heart attack? And so we ask a series of questions, and we will do a physical exam, and then we will obtain ancillary studies like laboratory, EKG, x-rays, CAT scans, in order to rule in or rule out a diagnosis. And there are some diagnoses in that mental flow chart that are high in the differential, and then there are some diagnoses that are low in the differential. So more likely it's this versus that. And so when you are doing a cause of death opinion, remember, cause of death is a diagnosis. And so the methodology of a medical physician is to go through the same type of methodology for cause of death. And so first you want to rule out traumatic causes of death. Then, in general, you want to look at natural causes of death. And then finally, you will consider the toxicology findings. And then last but not least, you consider an arrhythmia, which is a lethal heart rhythm. And the reason why that is last but not least is because there's nothing that you can see on an autopsy to rule in or rule out an arrhythmia, so it becomes a diagnosis of exclusion. So that is the differential diagnosis or methodology that all physicians would use in rendering a cause of death opinion.
Judge, I'm going to object and move to strike based on prior rulings in the court's earlier discussion with counsel outside the presence of the jury.
I'm going to overrule that objection. You can continue, Mr. Gallies.
Your report
She could rule out.
mentions the things you just discussed with the jury. It also talks about toxicological causes of death.
Yes.
What's that?
Well, a toxicological cause of death is a death from a substance or a poison. It can be a prescription drug, it can be an illicit drug, it can be a chemical type of exposure, but specifically when we're talking about a toxicologic cause of death, it involves interpretation of post-mortem drug levels. And typically, if you were to do an autopsy or look at a dead body, there's really not much that you can see to determine whether or not someone died from a toxicologic exposure, illicit or prescription medication. And so what you're left with are these drug levels. And what's very important when you're considering a toxicologic cause of death is not to hang your hat on a specific number. And I will tell you that when I tell lawyers this, and honestly, when I tell a lot of other physicians this, it's like telling them that there's no such thing as Santa Claus, because it's hard to believe that
So other doctors don't
for
believe
example, in a driving while intoxicated case, or intoxication or cause of death is determined by a blood level alone. And this is true if you have blood. This is true even if the person is still living, because, for example, if someone gets into a car crash and they have methamphetamine present, it is not determined that they're impaired based on that level. And that's living blood. So there are only a handful of substances that we check blood levels on in the healthcare settings. There's just a few. Everything else, you have to correlate the post-mortem or the ante-mortem blood levels, which we don't typically get, with peri-mortem circumstances, with how a person may have been looking around the time of their death. And it is not determined by the level in and of itself. So if it's not something that we can determine from blood, you certainly cannot make a determination based on a level that is in liver or muscle tissue.
In your report, you discuss
So she
opioid
discredits the liver tissue test.
CTI, and death. What, you have a page of that discussion. What's that about?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
What's relevant, sir? Mr. Galaviz.
Is in her NMS report there's oxymorphine, true?
Oxymorphone.
So I'll sustain the objection. And he's asked another question. Go ahead, next.
In this case, what were the pertinent details that you considered in rendering an opinion?
Can you repeat that?
What pertinent details did you consider in rendering your opinion?
Well, as I was describing earlier, it is important.
More specific, Mr. Galaviz. Just a second, Doctor. Go ahead.
He doesn't know his
looked at
questions.
the pertinent details about Miss Stephanie Pavlon's, true?
True.
And that's what you took into consideration?
Yes.
And what was pertinent about her that you considered?
That's
All
the
right,
same
let's
question.
excuse the jury for a second, okay?
It's the same question. You just asked it in 3 parts.
No, I read it.
Judge is not liking where this is going, so he's getting too close to the line, I believe. Crank up the spice meter. We're starting with defense here, not the state. It's a standing ruling.
Have a seat, everybody. The jury's left. Mr. Galaviz, I told you that I would stop without an objection. Your question was, and what was pertinent about her that you considered? The answer to that in the doctor's report is that she considered things that I indicated very clearly in my prior ruling that I would not allow the doctor to testify about. You've been asked, and don't play coy with me, you're asking a far too open-ended question that if she answers truthfully, she's going to get into things that I said she could not testify about. And that's why I asked you to be more specific, Mr. Galaviz. If you can't do that, then the response is going to be farewell to Dr. Hale. You need to be more specific in light of my prior ruling on the motions in limine. All right? And you can think about that. We're going to take a break right now for the afternoon, about 10 minutes or so.
No, you don't get any
Step down,
clarification.
Doctor. Thank you.
No, you don't get any clarification. Someone's getting a whooping, for sure. Is the whooping sound working?
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
There you go. It is. All right. We can still zoom because we're catching up. And let's zip through this break. That was a little bit. The judge, sua sponte, provided his own little objection there. Prosecution looking relaxed, all smiles, kicking back, taking it easy. Breaks over.
Bring jurors back from the state.
Yes, Your Honor, just continuing on what we've been discussing. I'm not going to object to the admissibility of 442, but to publication I am, because there's so many things. I mean, Mr. Galaviz keeps scrolling through it as he's asking questions. I don't want the jurors to see things that this court has ruled to be inadmissible. And so I'm going to object to just wholesale publishing and scrolling through it in front of the jury and things like that. I guess if there's a particular area of the report that he wants to ask about that the court has allowed, I wouldn't object to that.
I'm
but
very cognizant of that, ma'am, and I have been watching and looking at the report as we go through this, and I'm very cognizant of that. And when and if there's a request, I'll rule appropriately.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anything else, Mr. Galaviz, before I bring the jurors back?
Yes, Judge, for purposes of my witness, I'm a little confused. I know she's a little confused, because I read your motion ruling on the Dauber hearing several times. She's read the transcripts herself. And again, your ruling was she was not to discuss in any shape or form manner of death, and she understands that. We're not discussing any kind of manner of death here thus far. It's just cause of death. You didn't prohibit her to give an opinion as to the cause of death, just the manner of death, that she wasn't qualified to give that opinion.
I understand that, Mr. Galaviz, but I want to be really clear. That question that caused me to stop was when you asked her, and what was pertinent about her that you considered? And that's a very open question, and the things that she considered in her report were some of which I said no, She doesn't have the ability to testify about it.
Right.
And look,
And she knows not.
Mr. Galavis, let me finish, all right? This is not my first rodeo, okay? The way you asked that question was a very open-ended question that called her to respond with everything that she considered. Ask a question, you can, and this is not your first rodeo. You know what my ruling was. You know what's not to be testified about. You can make a question. You can construct a question that keeps the doctor to those areas that are permitted.
Right.
And if you can't do that, we'll stop.
No, and she knows what she can't testify to. I've instructed her what she cannot say.
Then ask better questions. Anything else? No? Stop.
Again, Judge, I renew my objection on the grounds of lack of notice to the state of Wisconsin. At no time in this report or at the Dauber hearing did she testify, I conclude cause of death is blank. Now she's going to get up here for the first time in direct examination and tell the jury what she thinks happened? It's nowhere in her report. They've given us no notice whatsoever.
She's testified about, when I look at her report, the way I read it, it says these things did not cause her death. Or that there was inconclusive evidence of the cause or the amount. So that's what I read. And if she goes strays outside that, then I'll take care of it when I have to. And I think my ruling has been clear from the time we had the motion in limine, what she can testify about. And you're correct. She's stated in her report, the plain language, the plain English says, again, I'm just going to quote some, inconclusive whether an overdose of topiramate, not enough evidence to determine whether an overdose of sertraline, not enough evidence to determine whether an overdose of oxycarbazepine contributed to her death, ibuprofen unlikely, cotinine toxicity unlikely. That's what she's tested. That's what she's reported. And I think we're clear where we're going to go, and we're not going to go beyond that. And if she's reported in a report about the manner of death, and I've indicated that that's not to be testified to. And again, I expect that Mr. Galloway's talking to the doctor about that. I'm listening carefully to the questions. We're going to move forward. And again, if I think that there's going to be an attempt to cross the line, given my prior ruling, I won't wait for an objection. All right? Let's bring the jurors back.
All right. We're all clear? Lawyers don't even want to look at. He's holding something at one point, his lawyer looks away. Like, stop talking to me. I'm working here. Nice that he's standing up for the jury, though. But sometimes he doesn't.
All rise for the jury.
The judge's ruled that her high school science fair blue ribbon
All
prize
right, all
does not
14 of you.
qualify
Thank
her
you very
to
much. Have a
opine
seat,
on
everybody. All right, you may continue, Mr. Galavis.
Cause of death.
You indicated that you reviewed the NMS report from the family. True?
True.
She was on prescribed alprazolam, but you did no alprazolam in the NMS report?
Correct.
She was on seizure medication. Did you note any seizure medication on the NMS report?
There was.
Was there a lot of seizure levels in her lab report?
Well, as I testified earlier, you cannot make any kind of decision based on a post-mortem level.
You indicated for this you reviewed police reports, true?
True.
Did you review any background material from Ms. Pavlon's as far as history?
Yes.
And what was that?
I reviewed her medical records from a Dr. Francis McCann at an Aurora health clinic. I reviewed medical records from her neurologist, and I reviewed a diary that she kept, and reviewed transcripts of interviews with family members.
In the review of the medical records, did you note anything significant?
Objection vague.
Be more specific, Mr. Galaviz.
In the review of the medical records, did you note anything significant connected to Ms. Pavlon's cause of death?
Objection.
Same question.
Vague.
Be more specific, Mr. Galaviz.
What did you know did you note anything significant in the medical records?
Objection vague.
It's even vaguer.
I'll sustain it. You have to be more specific, Mr. Galaviz.
What?
I'll let you lead on this question, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll let you lead on this question. There we
In her
go.
past medical history, there was a discussion on her being treated for seizures, true?
True.
And convulsions, true?
Convulsions are seizures.
There's a reports in her medical records about depression?
Yes.
There's reports regarding her opiate dependency, true?
Objection, Your Honor. Prior ruling.
Hang on a minute, Doctor. I'll allow it. I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead, Doctor. You can answer.
Yes, there were indications in her medical records about opioid dependence, which is why she was prescribed buprenorphine.
Your Honor, my objection is not from the September 12th motion hearing, but from the motions earlier in the year regarding motions in limine.
All right. I'll allow this response. I'll overrule the objection. Continue, Mr. Galaviz.
You indicated that you also reviewed her diary, true?
True.
And in her diary, she had comments about suicide, true?
True.
You reviewed the note discovered, or you don't know where it was discovered, but the note that has been testified, a note found in Mr. Pavlon's truck reference to discussing suicide, true?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Don't answer it. Next question.
Did you review the note that was found in Mr. Pahl's truck?
Yes.
Did you consider Ms. Pavlon's physical health?
Yes.
Did you consider her mental health?
Yes.
Dr. Shield
The tension in the room
ruled
is
cause of
palpable.
death as undetermined.
Is that a question? Objection?
Basis?
No.
I'm not sure if that was a question for the witness or
You
just
have
a
to
statement by
say
Mr. Galaviz.
True on the end.
I didn't finish.
You have to say true.
All right. I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Dr. Shield, well, ultimately you saw the autopsy, Dr. Shield's finding after the autopsy, true?
True.
You also saw the final death certificate with Dr. Shields' finding, true?
True.
Did you agree with that?
Do you agree that Dr. Shields' finding is appropriate under the circumstances?
Yes.
Would you agree based upon, again, you're under the totality of circumstances that there are other possibilities?
Yes.
That's as far as they can go. Yes, the finding was appropriate. Yes, there might be other possibilities, which is a huge win for defense. It opens up that whole reasonable doubt area as to cause of death, which is sort of key in this case.
Would you agree that that there's a medical possibility?
Objection vague.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Was, in this case, a seizure a possibility?
Yes.
In this case, was an overdose a possibility?
Yes.
Were there other possibilities? You can't say it. Yes.
Do you believe a natural cause of death is a possibility?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge.
Sue's going to be all
Good
teeth
afternoon,
here.
Doctor. Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. I'm going to start with your work at Parkland. You said it's the busiest ER in the country, right?
It is.
And you're known for having treated President Kennedy after he was shot.
Well, not me personally. I wasn't born yet.
Parkland.
Yes.
There you go. All right. And let me ask you a question, Dr. Hill. Have you ever treated a victim of domestic violence in your ER?
Oh, yes, many, many times.
Many, many times, correct? Very common for a person to present to the emergency room with complaints of domestic violence, or now I think they call it intimate partner violence, correct?
Correct.
And as an emergency room physician, you actually receive training on the dynamics of domestic violence, correct?
Yes.
Helps you know what to look for, things a victim may say or not say to you, to obtain, for you to obtain good information and provide treatment, correct?
Of course.
And of course, you want to try and attempt to prevent future acts of domestic violence for the patient, right?
Yes.
If possible.
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever, you're aware of the fact that a lot of times domestic violence victims will not report their abuse?
Yes.
That's very, very common, isn't it?
Yes.
They won't tell even their closest friend or family member, correct?
Correct.
Oftentimes they won't call the police.
Correct.
Oftentimes they're very isolated by their abuser, correct?
Yes.
They can be controlled financially, emotionally, correct?
Yes.
You can even have a circumstance where the abuser dictates the movement of the victim. In other words, she's not allowed to leave the house without him, correct?
Yes.
She's not allowed to stay home without him, correct?
Sometimes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that a person could lose control of their bladder when they're confronted with life and death fear, correct?
Sure.
They could also lose their bladder when they are strangled, correct?
Possibly, yes.
In fact, the research shows that even within a shorter period of time as 5 to 10 seconds, a person can lose control of their bladder when they're being strangled, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And death can occur, I think the research says something between like 60 seconds to 157 seconds. Does that sound right?
I don't know. It depends on so many different circumstances.
Sure. But there is research that would support at least in a strangulation case, death can result in a range of 62 to 157 seconds, correct?
Again, I'm not aware of any specific literature on that topic, so I can't speak to that. And yes, it does kind of depend on different circumstances.
Sure. Loss of consciousness can occur in 5 to 10 seconds. That sounds right?
Yes.
And loss of bladder control within about 15 seconds?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that the research that was published in the Journal of Emergency Science indicated that a prior non-fatal strangulation is a very strong predictor of a future fatal strangulation, correct?
I am not aware of which literature you're referring to.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a report that was published, maybe I said the name wrong, the Journal of Emergency Medicine? You've heard of that publication, correct?
Yes.
And it's a very well-respected journal, correct?
Sure.
I'd imagine as an emergency room physician, you probably read it frequently.
Depending on the topic, sure.
Okay. And are you aware that in 2008 they published an article that primary author was a Dr. Nancy Glass, who concluded that prior non-fatal strangulation was associated with greater than 600-time odds of becoming an attempted homicide and over 700-time odds of becoming a completed homicide?
No, because I have not memorized the medical literature.
Okay. You don't dispute that conclusion, though, do you?
I don't know how I can possibly dispute a conclusion of an article that I have not reviewed.
Okay. I'm asking based on your training and experience. Like, if a person presents to you in the ER and says she was strangled by her intimate partner, that sets off a huge red flag for you, correct?
Of course.
It's extremely dangerous behavior, correct?
Sure.
It doesn't take long to kill somebody by strangling them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And because of this conclusion of this finding, it's recommended that doctors, nurses, and other people working in the ER screen victims of domestic violence for non-fatal strangulations, correct?
Again, I'm happy to answer your questions in general, but I am not going to answer a question specific to a study that I have not reviewed.
Sure. So I'm asking you, in your hospital, do you try and screen victims of domestic violence for prior acts of strangulation?
We screen every single patient that presents to our emergency department for domestic violence.
Because it's such a dangerous behavior, right?
Of course.
And it's a huge risk to a person's health and safety, correct?
Yes.
You agree with me that through your training in domestic violence, you've learned that when a victim gets close to trying to leave his or her abuser, that's the most dangerous time for that person, correct?
It can be, yes.
And that's why you do safety planning with a victim, right?
Yes.
And that's something you'd even do at the ER, and maybe not you personally, but you may refer a victim to social services or somebody that can help with safety planning if they tell you, I'm in an abusive relationship and I'm trying to get out.
Yes, we would consult what's called VIP at Parkland, which stands for Violence Intervention Prevention, and that would be something that we would do in conjunction together.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hale. I wanted to ask you about the NMS report. I think it was exhibit, let me see for you, 443. Remember when Mr. Gallivan displayed that?
Yes.
Okay, and I read on there, and if you want, we can put it back up, but I read on there that there were two sources of sample that were provided to NMS lab, correct?
Yes.
There was liver tissue, correct?
Correct.
And skeletal tissue. I'm sorry, pardon me, muscle tissue, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Of the two, do you know the quality of those samples that were presented to the tox lab?
No, I don't.
Okay. If I told you that Dr. Shield testified the other day that the quality of the liver tissue was extremely compromised and that she was very concerned about it because there was a presence of maggots in the liver and maggot droppings in the liver, and she had grave concerns about cross-contamination. As a toxicologist, does that cause you concern as well, ma'am?
It certainly would affect the levels, which is why I've testified before that you can't rely on levels in a vacuum. However, believe it or not, maggots and other insect casings are frequently also tested in postmortem toxicology situations because you can find those substances in the insects and their pupal casings, I think is the word. I am not a bug expert or a forensic entomologist. But as far as confirmation of the substance, the fact that we see prescription medications that Ms. Pavlons was taking and confirmed in this tissue, again, I don't care what the actual number is, but it was confirmed. I feel like there was, just because you have insects present doesn't necessarily affect the sample because you can actually test the insects themselves.
Okay. Did you read anything that told you the insects that were collected in this case were tested at NMS?
No, but your question was, should the fact that there are maggots in the liver tissue affect confirmation of the substance? And the answer is absolutely not.
No, my question was, are you aware that Dr. Shield said she did not put much faith in the veracity of the toxicology findings from the liver tissue because it had deteriorated and decomposed so much? Were you aware that was Dr. Shield's opinion?
I was, and I actually did see her opinion. And again...
Thank you. That's all. Did you do anything, either by contacting Dr. Shield or NMS or what? I'm not sure. My question simply is, did you do anything to try and learn for yourself the quality of the sample that was sent to NMS?
No.
And what about the muscle tissue? Is that a good source? Typically, would you be relying on muscle tissue for toxicology purposes?
You could technically rely on any substance that you're able to test, especially for confirmation. Again, not the levels. I think comparing liver to muscle, liver is better, but of course, blood and vitreous is better than liver and muscle.
Sure. And we didn't have those things either, correct? The vitreous and the blood.
Correct.
Okay. And your testimony, if I understood it on direct examination, is that Ms. Pavlon's, you knew from reviewing records, was prescribed a number of medications, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me, Dr. Hale, that looking just at the NMS report, some of these medications don't show up anywhere, correct?
I don't know what you mean.
Some of the medications she prescribed were not found by NMS labs, correct?
Correct.
And you'd only be speculating as to why that may be, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware of the fact that Matthew Pahl was also prescribed oxycodone?
Yes.
And that Matthew Pahl was also prescribed alprazolam?
Yes.
Were you aware of the fact that Stephanie complained that he would commonly take her alprazolam?
Yes.
Were you aware of any entry in a journal or any other record that you reviewed where Ms. Pavlons wrote that she was going to take herself off of Xanax or alprazolam?
I don't recall that specifically. But
she never wrote and said, boy, today's the day I'm just going to stop taking alprazolam, correct?
Correct.
And her doctors would have strongly recommended against that, correct?
Yes.
It's probably even on the pill bottle, isn't it?
Possibly, or within the instructions that you would pick up.
Sure. Okay. From the pharmacy. Okay. You have, there's no basis to believe, based on the record and what the information you have, that alprazolam played any role in Ms. Pavlon's death, correct?
Again, I can't rule that out.
Okay. Can't rule it in, can't rule it out.
Well, and to be more specific, not alprazolam toxicity because it's not confirmed post-mortem. However, as I described before, alprazolam withdrawal, even in individuals without a seizure disorder, can develop seizures.
Sure, but there's no evidence of that. You're just saying, generally speaking, alprazolam withdrawal can kill you.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But we have nothing in this record that says Stephanie Pavlons was withdrawing from alprazolam, correct?
Correct.
Did you review the photographs and the documentation of the crime scene when they found the body on September 9th of 2000?
Well, I would say I reviewed the scene, yes.
Okay, the photographs?
Yes.
And the police reports from the detectives who were out there and things like that, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that there was absolutely no pill bottles found anywhere near Stephanie Pavlons, correct?
Yes.
No drug paraphernalia whatsoever, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever hear anything about a really big pink water bottle that she was carrying around that day? Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
That was not found near her body, was it?
No.
Okay. Just one second, please. I think that.
Is that all?
All right, thank you, Doctor. I don't have any other questions for you.
Redirect.
Doctor, is it necessary to find pill bottles, or was it necessary to find pill bottles by Ms. Pavlon's body to not consider an overdose?
No, especially in the sense that both of them would carry pills in their pockets.
You were asked that if you were aware that Matthew Pahl would take Stephanie Pavlon's pills. You remember that question?
Yes.
Do you remember by reading the police reports and interviews why Stephanie Pavlons wanted Matthew Pahl to monitor her prescriptions?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained. Next question.
I mean, you are aware that Stephanie Pavlons would abuse her prescription medication, true?
Objection.
Sustained. Don't answer it. Next question.
Well, you read her diaries, true?
True.
And you read the police reports, true?
True.
And you read or listened to family interviews, true?
Yes.
And based upon all that information, did you glean anything that Stephanie Pavlons abused her medication?
Objection, Your Honor. This goes to the motion in limine.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
I have no further questions, Judge. Thank you.
All right, recross?
No, Your Honor, thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much, Doctor. You are excused. Take care.
There's two. Do you have a third?
Next, Mr. Galavis or Mr. Wolf.
Your Honor, the next witness will be Emily Pescador, our canine expert.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
So we have a contractor, an ER nurse, and a dog trainer. This is the defense. They are public defenders.
Ma'am, you come up to the witness stand to my right, and once you get up there, remain standing to be sworn. That's not her?
We're looking for
Final
Alex.
witness, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Somebody else came in. The judge was like,
Get
get up here and get sworn in. It's not me.
The testimony you're about to give in this matter before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes.
All right, have a seat, please. Can you tell me your name, please?
Alex Pescador,
Tell me, spell the first and the last name.
ALEXPESCADOR.
Okay, very good. And go ahead.
Help yourself to the free water.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell your name for the record.
Did that already.
I'm sorry, Your
Got
Honor.
it. That's okay.
Thanks for listening.
Ms. Pescador, how are you employed?
I own DNA Canine. It's a training company for cadaver dogs.
And what does that company do?
I do consulting and I sell training equipment generally, and I teach at seminars for human remains detection or cadaver dogs.
And how long have you been in that business?
Since 2022.
Okay. Where did you go to college?
The University of Southern Mississippi.
And when did you obtain your degree?
This year, 2025, I graduated in May.
Okay, and what was your degree?
I graduated with a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science with a concentration in Forensic Anthropology and a minor in Biological Sciences.
It's safe to say that a lot of your experience predates your getting your degree, correct?
Yes, that started with dog training in 2008 and cadaver dogs in 2018.
Okay, so let's go back to that. When did you start training dogs?
2008.
Okay, and when did you start training detection type dogs?
2018.
Okay, describe how what happened that got you into that.
I met my first mentor, Mr. Don Abney, in Louisiana. He was a retired sheriff's deputy with the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office right outside of New Orleans.
Okay, could you spell that parish name for our court reporter?
Sure. St. Tammany's S-T and Tammany Tammany.
Thank you.
Sheriff's Department.
And I apologize. The gentleman's name is all his last name.
Abney, A-B-N-E-Y.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, sir.
So Mr. Abney was also what could be considered a court expert in canine training and human remains detection canines.
Your Honor, I'm going to object and move to strike that last statement by the witness that was not even in response to a question.
All right, I'll strike the last response. Next question.
Okay, what did Mr. Abney train you in?
He trained me in canine training, which included human remains detection, forensic science generally, canine tracking, canine obedience, canine training.
What methods did he use to train you?
Can you clarify that?
Specifically, what methods did he use to train you? How did you learn?
So that included field training with the dogs and under his instruction. The practical application of that, it included what you might consider classroom training and testing. So I was tested in a traditional sense with pen and paper. I had to take tests on that. And then I had to teach him as if he was a student and I was presenting to him how to do the actual training.
Why were you Were you learning to be simply a dog handler, or was there more to your training?
It was both. It was being a handler as well as an instructor. So the certifications that I obtained from him after a year were as an instructor.
And who issued those certifications?
Mr. Abney.
Was there an organization that gave you certifications?
It was his company, Abcantra.
Okay.
They're going to attack the method with other cars in the same building.
Abcantra, so ABCANTRA.
Thank you.
Is there did Mr. Abney also do other types of dog detection?
Not that I can recall. His main specialty area was search and rescue, search and recovery.
Okay. How is cadaver search different from, let's say, drug search?
It's very, very complex as far as the target odor profile that your dog is searching for, because it changes over time based on the stage of decomposition, based on the environment that you're searching in, and based on the training of the dog.
Okay, so would you say that training a cadaver dog takes more or less training than training a drug dog?
It takes consistent training. It takes consistent training. I'm not sure if it would be correct to say more training, as in more often, but it takes more consistent training.
Okay, tell me more about your specific education that you took in this field, or related to this field.
Could you clarify?
What classes in college did you take related to cadaver dog training?
Okay, so at the University of Southern Mississippi, with forensic anthropology, it's very much related to cadaver dog studies, as you might imagine. And I was able to base my education around human decomposition studies with forensic anthropology, and being able to mentor under Dr. Marie Danforth and being able to conduct research under her. I was able to complete my undergraduate thesis, which was canine scent discrimination of human remains. And that was conducted over 2 years, and I was able to do the practical application of that in the field with a dog. Would you like me to explain how that worked?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Witness
I
asking
apologize.
question.
You've never testified in court before?
This is my first time.
Okay. You indicated that you were under the mentorship of Mr. Abney. Were there others that you were under the mentorship of during this time?
At the time that I was...
Either through school or after?
Yes,
Mr. Abney?
yes.
Who would that be?
After Mr. Abney, and after I started at the University of Southern Mississippi, I completed another internship with Peace River Search and Rescue in Florida. That was 6 months, and I'm still with them to this day as part of their team. And it was an in-person as well as distance training. But that included as well classroom, field training with the dog, and certification.
Okay. Is cadaver dog searching more than just search and rescue? Or what are the other parts of cadaver dog searching, or what are you training them at other than search and rescue specifically?
There are lots of applications to it, lots of different scenarios. You could do historical searches where you're looking in an archaeological context. Could you clarify?
Strike that. I'll go on. Have you participated in investigations for law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
Can you give me some examples of that?
Typically, I try to keep confidential with some, if it's not in the news or if it's not something that they published, I don't want to speak on it, but there is one example I included in my CV. Out of Forest County, Mississippi, they were able to identify the remains of an individual that one of my dogs was successful in finding.
Can you just tell me more about how that search started and how you came to a conclusion?
With the dog search?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of what happens in Mississippi, we get cases where people will find part of remains, they'll find part of skeletal or tissue remains in the woods, and they'll call the university, or a coroner's office might email me, or even the sheriff's office. And so I will deploy to that area and with my dog and try to recover the rest of the remains. And a lot of times that involves scattered bone or scattered human tissue, and that involves environmental analysis. So I'll have to look at the conditions of the environment, and historically as well, has it rained there, and how might that move odor through the environment? Has it soaked into the ground? Is there elevation changes that might cause gravity to pull the odor away? And how that might affect the dog's search pattern or search behavior when I deploy it into that area. So these are things I have to consider before I even put the dog in there to search. When we brought the dog out, he was successful in locating several of her remains, and what I'll do is I'll also use a GPS device, and I'll mark points on the map where the dog alerts. And this is just my method of doing it in that specific context. And then I'll go back and recover the remains, or if I have other people with me, in this case the Sheriff's Department and the University Anthropology Department, we'll work on recovery at the same time. And we were successful in recovering the rest of her remains.
Can you tell me about just one more, and you don't have to name the law enforcement agency, if you want to keep that confidential?
Okay. There was another one in Louisiana where, what those pipelines are, they're just long stretches of open area, and they go on next to highways a lot of the time, and they have these cross trails that go across them. So long, open pipelines, and then there's lots of going across them. So I had a dog, same dog that I brought out there, and he's going along and meets one of these cross sections, makes like a T. And so he goes in there and he goes through the right cross section. There's nothing there, but he's catching odor where it intersects, right at the intersection. Goes in and there's nothing there. So he turned around and come out and he goes to the other side, but there's clearly nothing over there. So he's focused around this tree at that cross section. We look up and there's nothing there. He's not focused on any burial. He gets hung up on that tree and we stop. So if there's nothing there, nothing up, he loses odor. But based on the time of day, and earlier that day, both the detective and I had caught these little puffs of air, which you might consider residual odor, because there's nothing there that we can see, but we could kind of smell it and then it would dissipate. And when it heats up during the day, if you have a source, the heat will cause that odor to push up and breeze will blow it away. And over time, it'll do this. It'll go up, and then the breeze will blow it, and then it'll land farther away, and that's where the dog will catch it. Now, you think back to that trail intersecting.
Cool story.
And that might be where that odor lands, and it'll push against that tree. So that trail intersecting and that breeze blowing in, it'll go into that trail, and it pushed against that tree. And so that's where my dog got caught up. He was caught up in that trail where the odor was pooling against the tree. So the day had ended, we had worked all day, and I had to leave. But I had suggested to the detective if he just searched a little bit longer, if he was going to check, and I couldn't confirm and I couldn't say you should keep going in this direction and just search a little bit longer, but if he did, the next day to just walk, I couldn't give him an exact estimation, but just keep walking on this trail, go a little bit farther, and you might find your victim. I think he probably died of exposure based on other information that we had, drug-induced along that trail, and he was found along that trail. He died of a drug overdose, and he just walked until he passed.
Okay, so you said that it was the same dog in both of those scenarios. How many dogs have you personally trained?
I don't. Nice. A lot. I have trained hundreds of dogs. For human remains detection, it's really hard for me to say because I've worked with so many people and so many handlers that I can't even estimate.
How many dogs have you? Strike that. You own a dog now?
Yes, I own two.
Are they both trained in cadaver searches?
Yes.
And when you say other dogs, who do you train other dogs for?
Private handlers mostly.
Okay. And
volunteers.
Do you know approximately how many people you've trained in cadaver dog searching?
So.
Let's pull that back. How many people have you trained one-on-one in cadaver dog searches? That's
I'm trying to think because I teach at seminars quite often and I do private consulting. And I teach at classes that involve multiple handlers in a class. And it is hard for me to come up with an estimate of how many. And I've worked at a professional training kennel. So it's really hard for me to come up with an estimate off the spot.
Would you say that you've trained more than 100 dogs in cadaver scent detection?
I don't want to give an estimate. I'd say I can't estimate. I just don't want to give you a wrong answer.
Okay. Besides private entities, what other have you done training for dogs that are deployed by governmental agencies?
I know that at seminars I have worked with handlers that were police officers or did work for emergency management agencies, and I have had police search advisors from as far as the United Kingdom come to learn from me.
Okay. And have you provided consulting services?
Yes.
And who do you provide consulting services to?
The same. Search and rescue organizations, emergency management, police, and those are the kind.
Can you give me an example of how you provide consulting services for your business?
It's private consulting. It's usually people will, or handlers will call, or they will email me with the training problem they have, and they need a solution. And so I will ask them what's their issue, and it's usually a behavioral problem. A lot of times their dog is come up, their dog starts off strongly in training, and they're doing very well. And then after a certain amount of time, it's either their dog has an inconsistent alert, or it stopped performing as well as it had before. And then it becomes a diagnostic issue behaviorally. Okay, what's changed in training or at home or in their lifestyle that maybe is the problem? And then we try to figure it out. It's a problem solving.
Okay, so what's your method of trying to fix the problem?
So usually, if it's in person or it could even be virtual, I'll have them send me a video of just a general training, put out a scent source, and just show me what it looks like or tell me about it. And they'll do that, and I can tell a lot just from their description of what's happening or from being able to see it. In person, it's the same way. And then I also have, from my research, being able to figure this out, a series of exercises that can help pinpoint if there's a suspected issue. For example, a lot of dogs will track each other or handlers to the source because they will try to figure out the easiest way to get to their reward. And sometimes that is tracking each other or other people to the source. Because what happens when we're training is we go hide something for them. And we leave a scent trail behind us. Or if it's multiple dogs that are training behind each other on the same scent source that one person put out, well, the dogs get pretty good at figuring out they can just follow each other to that same hide. And they'll just do that. So what I'll like to do, because it works a lot, is figuring out if a dog is just alerting where other dogs have been, is I'll have a negative search area, which means there's nothing in there, there's no scent source, and I'll walk a dog into that negative search area, put it into a sit for 30 seconds to a minute, and then walk out the same way I walked in. And that is, you now have a negative search area, there's no source there. And then I will take that dog that we're trying to figure out, what the problem here is, if it's got an issue with false alerts, and the handler is blind to this search, which means they don't know if I put something there or not. But then they'll deploy the dog as if this is just a regular training exercise. And if that dog follows the trail that I walked and alerts where I put that dog into a sit, I know we have a false alert problem with that dog. So that's one way to diagnose a false alert problem.
Someone else's work.
And there are ways to fix it. It just takes time. So that's one example.
Okay. You said you currently... I'm going to show you what's, just for the witness, Exhibit 611, Defense Exhibit 611. Tell me when you can see that. Scroll through it. And we'll scroll through it real quick. And can you tell, Ms. Pescador, can you tell me what Exhibit 611 is?
It looks like my CV. You're scrolling through it.
Okay. You're under permission to publish this to the jury.
Can I just consult with Attorney Wolf for
Yes.
1 second, Your Honor?
I think the only thing this witness is going to do
No
is say
objection,
it was
Okay,
a bad
611 is admitted and
test.
may publish.
Okay. Go down to the bottom of just page 1. Ms. Pescador, just for some clarification, I'm going to just show you the bottom of page 1. It says page 23 of 30, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And this was just at the end of your of a report that you provided to me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So this is 8 pages, correct?
Yes.
So it's basically pages 23 of 30 of that report. There wasn't more CV in front of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can just go back. Okay. And what did you prepare this CV did you prepare this CV in preparation for this trial?
I actually prepared this for I did another job as well. So I was updating my CV, and I also included it for this trial.
Okay. And just again, this is the first trial you've actually testified at, correct?
Yes.
Have you participated in other investigations, law enforcement investigations?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many?
Like, you want me to give you a rough estimate?
You can give me a rough estimate on that one.
25.
Okay. And so in addition to your Bachelor in Science at Southern Mississippi, what other education do you have?
I've taken lots of training classes. A lot of there's FEMA and there's TEACS, which is Texas Engineering Extension Service. A lot of those are computer-based training.
What's the CITI program?
City program those were courses I was required to take in order to conduct the research that I did at USM, which is the University of Southern Mississippi, because of the type of research that I engaged in, and that included several projects besides my thesis. It involved both animal subjects research with the dogs, and it did not actually require the human research subjects because I did not involve living human subjects, but I still wanted to take that course. I volunteered to take it because even though it didn't involve living human subjects with the cadaver tissue, it covered things like institutional oversight for ethics and personal privacy, data control, and respect for human biological material, things that I felt were still a priority, things that I wanted to prioritize and be informed about, and informed consent was part of that. So I elected to take that course.
Okay.
The animal research subjects was required and involved animal welfare and care.
Okay, it says 2021 to the present. Are you still taking classes under that program?
No, but my certification is still valid.
When you say what do you mean certification?
The city program, when I completed it, it came with a certification for that training.
Okay. You mentioned TEEX. Again, what does that stand for?
The Texas Engineering Extension Service.
Okay, and that's an extension of what university?
Texas A&M.
And what exactly have you learned through those programs?
So those are more about the USNR, so that's more disaster-based search and recovery, search and rescue in a disaster scenario, which is not really something that I'm focused on, but is still useful technical information to know.
Okay. Have you been called out on search and rescues?
On search and rescue, yes, but I do not respond to disasters.
You've also done, it appears, some work directly under FEMA. Is that right?
That is training classes. So I've not worked for FEMA, to clarify.
Okay.
FEMA does disasters.
Can you briefly describe your research, some of the research and special projects that you've been engaged in?
So the first one, comparative profile analysis of human decomposition odor, is one that is still under, I'm still completing that one. It is not complete. And that is just an analyzing odor comparison of human decomposition odor from different tissues and different individuals. And the basis of that one is coming off of my thesis research. And that one was the canine scent discrimination of human remains. And the basis of that research, just to go off of that, was to determine if a cadaver dog can discriminate between different individuals after they die. Because the scientific consensus at the time was that once we die, we all smell the same and the dog can't tell the difference. So my thesis essentially was to determine if a dog can tell the difference, if they can be individual specific, and I was able to determine that they can.
How did you do that?
It was a very involved project, and essentially I took specimens from different cadaveric donors, and I don't want to use grotesque language, but from the same cadaveric donor I had multiple specimens, and I had multiple donors. So I had those out in a search area, and from one cadaveric donor, I have a specimen, and I was able to train the dog to recognize one donor. And I asked the dog to please find other samples or other specimens from this individual in the search area. Tell me which samples in the search area match this individual, and basically put them back together again. So if in a mass casualty setting, in a mass graves situation, would it be possible to use a dog as a preliminary screening tool to very quickly collect
body parts,
casualties, and help put them back together to match them back up? Because in those scenarios, DNA testing might be prohibitively expensive, very time-consuming, or inaccessible. This was a pilot study. It's not something that is readily operationally available, and it requires further research in order for that to be possible. So those are two examples of research I've completed.
Cutting edge stuff, though.
Do you give? Do you know approximately how many presentations you've given to organizations?
Several.
Can you give me an example of two presentations that you've given to national organizations?
Okay. The canine scent discrimination of human remains is one that I've given several presentations on. It's one that I've gotten awarded on, or at least was well received. False alert is one that I've received good feedback on. It's a problem a lot of handlers want to receive information about.
Who have you given those presentations to?
Seminars. I'm asking for
what organizations? You said seminars. Who was presented? Who was providing those seminars, or who organized those seminars?
North Star International Canine Training Association.
Okay. For both of those?
Yes.
Okay. Have you done any training at governmental facilities?
Yes.
What have you done there?
What have I done there?
What did you do? What training or presentation did you give?
Okay, so that's in-person training. The facility was Muscatatuck Atterbury Urban Training Center.
Okay, so you need to spell that.
Okay. Muscatatuck, well, it'd be easier to MUTC. I can't recall how to spell Muscatatuck.
Okay, I'll get it for the court reporter afterward.
Thank you. It's in Indiana. It's the Department of Defense's largest scenario-based training facility.
Okay, and what did you do there?
I hosted a week-long, or not hosted, but I was an instructor and evaluator for a week-long cadaver dog seminar, which included certification testing for handlers that came from all over the United States.
When you say certification, what agency provided that certification?
That was for North Star International Canine Training Association.
While you're pausing, Muscatatuck is Muscatatuck. Not that I knew it, I Googled it.
The judge Googled it.
Thank you.
Don't worry, I didn't have any impression that anybody thought I was smart. So.
6:13. Okay, if you could take down the screen, Madam Clerk. I'm learning. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 613. Let me know when that's on your screen.
It says no signal.
There we go. It should come up.
Okay.
Okay. We'll scroll through that really quick. Can you tell me what that document is?
It is a document of acronyms.
Okay. We're going to talk, and we're going to talk a little bit about certain organizations. And this is something you're familiar with, and it helps explain it helps describe these acronyms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not going to be any earth-shattering regarding this specific case,
No.
but it's going to help explain a lot of things that you're going to talk about next, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go, if we could, Your Honor, if you could indulge me and let me go through these acronyms with her, and I'd ask to publish this to the jury.
Go ahead.
Please take notes. There will be a test
No.
afterwards.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we learned that Deputy Willis with the Racine County Sheriff's Department is a member of the NNDDA. What do you know about the NNDDA?
It is a national certifying organization for multiple detection dog disciplines.
Okay, and you're familiar with that organization?
I am familiar with it.
Have you ever worked with members of that organization?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. What about NIST?
Yes, I'm familiar with NIST.
Okay. I know we've had other experts testify about it. What is the National Institute of Standards and Technology?
It's a federal agency.
What is another federal agency, but what are they charged with?
They're charged with developing standards for all kinds of things, including forensic sciences.
Okay. So would they, when we had the individuals from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab talk about how they come up with comparisons?
Yes.
Wait for my question.
Sorry.
They would follow certain NIST standards, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What about the next, what is OSAC?
So OSAC is organizations of scientific area committees, and they're under NIST. So NIST is responsible for overseeing OSAC, and OSAC is composed of different subcommittees which are charged with developing the specific standards for the different areas of forensic science. And those are usually developed from working groups. So you have under OSAC, SWIGDOG is the short name for it, the Scientific Working Group of Dog and Orthogonal Detector Guidelines, which is a mouthful, and we're going to call it SWIGDOG if that's okay.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we heard, I believe it was another detective, and for the jury it was Detective Schrader. He said he follows the Scientific Working Group on Digital Evidence.
Yes.
So that would be another subgroup under OSAC?
Yes.
Okay, and specifically what's the product, or why did SWIGDOG, or what do they do? What did they do?
So all of these working groups, they help develop the standards that are adopted under OSAC. If there needs to be standards developed, it usually starts with a working group for different areas of forensic science. So if a question needs to be answered about developing standards, it usually starts with the working group, whether it be for digital evidence or dog evidence, and then those get developed into a subcommittee under OSAC.
Okay.
So with dogs and sensors, that's the subcommittee under OSAC, which develops the standards for forensic dog evidence.
Okay, and so just so I'm clear, NIST doesn't develop standards, it's OSAC that does, correct?
NIST is the federal agency that publishes the standards and is in control of the development for them, essentially.
So So OSAC is kind of under NIST, or is under NIST?
Yes.
Okay, just so I'm clear. And then we heard from several experts, including crime lab people, and they were a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. What is that?
It is a professional membership organization of forensic science.
Okay. Did they set standards?
No.
Okay. Do they? What about? What's the American Standards Board then?
So the American Academy of Forensic Science established the American Academy of Forensic Science Academy Standards Board, which is an SDO, standards development organization.
Okay.
So,
when you say SDO, what does SDO?
Standards Development Organization.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So what is the Americans? So what do they do?
So they do separately develop standards, and it does get kind of confusing because they do cross-publish from OSAC, and they also at the same time develop forensic standards. Like I said, it can be kind of confusing, but
we're just trying to make
American
it look smart
Academy of Forensic Science, and then there's the American Academy of Forensic Science Academy Standards Board. Two separate organizations, but related.
Okay, and then just some terms we've heard in during dog searches and things. HRD, what does that stand for?
Human remains detection.
Okay, so when you talk about an HRD canine, that's a canine who does human remains detection.
Yes.
Okay, and then COB, we've heard a little bit about that. That again, can you explain what that is?
It's a change of behavior.
Okay, can you explain a little bit more about what you believe that is?
So whenever the dog does its searching and there's a difference in its behavior that the handler recognizes as being associated with detecting its target odor, and whether that be characteristic head snap or its tail starts wagging, and it is something that is consistent with the dog recognizing its target odor it's been trained to find.
Okay, and then VOC.
Volatile organic compounds. These are the odors that the dog is trained to find.
Okay. Thank you. Again, we're going to be talking about those a little bit more as we go through this. You had a chance to review Detective or Deputy Willis's qualifications, correct?
Yes.
And you went through. What did you? Is that a part of when conducting an evaluation? Is it important to know the handler's background?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
So that you understand the context and training and preparation that the handlers had with his dog.
Okay. If you're doing an evaluation, do you normally review training logs?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been, I just want to make sure I get the number right. It has been marked as Defense Exhibit 604. Actually, strike that. You looked over, Deputy Willis's training log, correct?
Yes.
And you looked over his training summary?
Yes.
That talked about the blind accuracy, correct?
Yes.
And then you looked over his training notes, correct?
Yes.
In reviewing that documentation, what conclusions did you reach?
The training notes, the time logged in the training notes, and then the time documented in the log, these were different documents, were not the same.
Okay. What is what do you believe is the standard for how often a handler should be training a dog?
So there are a few different standards, whether it is cadaver dog or human remains detection dog standard for maintenance training, but they are consistent with 16 hours of maintenance training per month, which is on average about 4 hours per week to train your dog to maintain the performance that it's at.
Okay, where does that standard come from?
It's multiple different standards, but Swig Dog is one of them, one of the standards we talked about before. And it's also referenced in some court precedents, which gives it some priority as far as its importance.
Okay, explain what should 16 hours a month.
Yes.
Okay, and what should be done during those 16? Can you give us some examples of what should be done during those 16 hours?
Yes.
Is that just walking the dog? Is it playing fetch? What is it?
So this is going to be actual training time with the handler and the dog, and this could be actual training with the odor. It could be rewarding the dog. So a lot of this is called the reward system, and it's getting the dog actually interested in the reward you're going to be using, whether that's a toy, whether it's treats, or petting and praise. This could be search time. There's a lot of different things that you could be working on with your dog, but whatever it is in the context of odor search training, it's actual time between the handler and the dog. It might be easier to explain what it's not. It's not the dog waiting in the crate while you set up and break down search scenarios. It's not waiting for your turn. It's not driving to and from search training. I think
maybe I just thought so. It's not just nose time. What I think we heard the term nose time from Deputy Willis. Nose time would be doing an actual search, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but it's more than that. It's more face. I guess we could probably say it includes face time as well. In other words, the dog interacting directly with the handler.
Right.
In a training scenario.
Right.
Okay. It doesn't include time at home or anything like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. In reviewing Deputy Willis's training logs and his training notes, I'm going to show you. Let's pull up. Go back out. I'm not going to publish this.
Okay.
I'm going to show you your defense exhibit number 12. Yep. Yes. 612. That's what we.
Thank you.
Okay, and then scroll down. Keep going. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Pescador, tell me when you see that on the screen.
Yes.
And we'll scroll through it. It's 31 pages, though, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that includes your CV. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. We'll scroll through real quickly. We'll go through this. But can you tell me what that is?
This is my report.
Okay. So you took. So what else in preparing for this report? What else did? And this is you looked at the canine search that was done by Detective Willis, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at the police reports and you looked at a whole bunch of sources and then put this report together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And again, part of this report was you focused on the training that was done by Deputy Willis specifically.
That was part of it.
Okay. You went through you analyzed some of the specific training that he went through, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But part of your report focused on basically just the time he spent.
Yes.
And this was what's considered maintenance training, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm showing you what is basically table 1 of your report, correct?
Correct.
And again, it's did Deputy? Are you aware that Deputy Willis had some training standard that he was following?
Yes.
And what was that?
Well, let me correct that. I understand that he was using information from his mentor, Karen Corcoran, and he cited a 90% accuracy rate, blind accuracy rate figure.
Okay. Were there standards on the amount of time he should be training with the dog?
I don't recall him citing any standard he was using.
Okay. Did he cite any goal that he had for trying to get a certain number of hours for training?
Not that I recall.
Okay. But basically, your understanding, according to, I got to get the acronym right, SWIGDOG, which is under the Organization of Scientific Area Committees, your understanding was 16 hours, correct?
Yes.
So you took that standard and then you reviewed his training log and his notes, correct?
Correct.
And is this table an accurate reflection of your analysis?
Yes.
Okay. So can you publish this to the
Yes.
jury? Okay. I'd ask if we could publish this table to the jury.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Again, Ms. Pescador, this is the table that you put together after analyzing Deputy Willis's training, correct?
Yes.
And what did you know? And this was, you didn't go back. He said he had the dog certified back to, I believe it was 2000, correct? It was longer than this, correct?
Yes.
But you only had information regarding the year that led up to the search involved in this incident, correct?
Yes, he had. This table included data from his log that was not in his notes. So I did not have all of the data I couldn't make a comprehensive picture. So a lot of it I had to rely on what he put in there.
Right.
So I couldn't make a comparison. And some of the data in here, for example, the audited hours might be the same as the logged minutes. And I left it that way because if it is what it is, then I'm not changing anything. I'm not adding or subtracting.
Okay, so in other words, you always gave him the benefit of the doubt. If there was a higher number, you used it.
Correct.
And if you had nothing to lower a number, you didn't lower the number.
Correct.
Okay, so when you give audited minutes or audited hours, those are only, again, you're the person who audited them, correct?
Correct.
And again, you only lowered them if you had specific information that allowed you to change it.
If he put something different, then I put what he put there, yes.
Okay. I guess to clear this up, so if his training log said a certain number of hours, but then his training notes said less, you put in the lower amount.
Correct.
But if there was nothing to refute it, you just kept the higher number.
Yes.
Okay. So again, this chart would err on the side of granting him more hours, depending on the information.
Yes.
Okay. So can you give me an example of what you discovered when you were reviewing all his training logs and notes?
That his contemporaneous notes, the ones that he hand wrote, tended to have less hours than the exhibit numbers are different than the ones that I was provided for this than the ones that are here now.
Okay. For example, in October of 2021, that's one of the higher ones. Can you tell me how many hours, according to what you observed, how many hours he put in training the dog?
Oh, okay. So generally, the hours that he logged were much higher than what I audited.
Okay. But for example, let's go to February of 2022. Okay, you didn't audit any hours, correct?
Right.
And how many hours did he train the dog in that particular case?
So 8 hours.
Okay. And that was the highest one out of all the months that you reviewed?
Correct.
Okay. What about April of 2022?
In April of 2022, he did not conduct any training.
Okay. After February, were any amounts more than 8 hours?
No. So there were no months where he achieved 16 hours of training.
And 8 hours was the most that he had in that time period?
Correct.
Okay. What's important about what you see in this training log?
The most important thing of this was that there were no months where he achieved the minimum 16 hours of training, and there was really no consistency as well.
What do you mean by consistency?
That the 16-hour minimum standard, if you look month over month, it varied so much. It varied a lot. So this also signs inconsistency of training, of maintenance training.
So is cadaver dog training, isn't it something where I could just get 20 hours in 1 month and then not have to do it again for 6?
No, it's a perishable skill.
Okay, explain that.
It means that if the dog does not receive consistent training, it can forget. It can start relying on other cues and clues to try to get to where it needs to go to get its reward. In the search context, if it does not receive consistent training, then it's going to start to look for other cues and clues in that situation that are more consistent and reliable. So if it's not exposed to its target odor consistently enough, it's going to look for something else that is more consistent in that search setting or context that it can rely on.
And what could that something different be?
It could be its handler. It could be anything else that is more consistent, but more likely handler cues, which could be nonverbal or verbal, body movements, or contextual.
Your Honor, I'm going to get into the actual search itself. I don't know if the court, which will take a while, I don't know if the court wants to stop now or keep going.
Do.
You want me to keep? I'm fine.
No, I want to stop now.
Okay.
All right. So it is 4:34. We've had a long day, folks, and I appreciate, again, your attentiveness. And let's come back. If I don't have anything tomorrow, Mackenzie, like in the morning, and we'll start up again at 8:30. Okay?
All right, we are almost caught up.
Follow the instructions, and again, don't look at anything, don't Google anything like I did for that name of that city. Don't try to find out about anybody here, please. And let's preserve the integrity of the trial process. Okay, follow Mike's instructions on this. Thank you.
All right,
All right, we'll see if they fight a little bit today, or this was last night, and then we're going to pick up with what just started a moment ago in court. Rapidly catching up. We'll be caught up today.
All right, have a seat, everybody. All 14 jurors have left. Ma'am, you could step down. You can go sit back there if you'd like, okay?
Thank you.
You bet. But of course, they're going to expect you to come back tomorrow, okay? All right. So, anything before we break from the state?
No, Judge.
Anything, Mr. Wolf?
Your Honor, there may be an issue, and it's something Attorney Opper and I are working out about the publishing of the entire report. So if I can either provide a copy of what's on the screen right now, and call it maybe 612A, and that way we know that for sure that's coming in, but we can deal with the rest of the report down the road.
I see that probably because the term expert is frequently in there. Is that the problem?
I thought it was taken out. Which one do you have? That might be your old report.
Expert witness report. I'm looking on page 11 of 30.
Correct. That's not what the word expert has been removed.
Okay, all right.
But I'm not.
I'll let you work on it.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, it's a different. We had a change based on the court ruling that we had about a month ago to pick it up.
The content of the report is generally no problem. I always am concerned, even in the instructions, that it says expert witnesses. I always take that out.
Understood.
So, all right. Anything else?
No. I just asked if it can still be captured, that we capture that and designate it as Exhibit 612A.
All right. We'll do that then, sure.
And then that be admitted.
Okay.
Judge.
Wait. Hang on a second.
Not quite done. We're going to zoom in just a moment.
It's still plugged in. Oh, Pablo, it's plugged in.
Yes.
That's it.
That's the training chart and her critique of it, correct? Right. This.
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
that exactly.
612A.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
I just wanted to inquire about timing. If this is the defense's last witness, would this court intend to go to closings tomorrow and jury instructions, or does the court have any thoughts on that?
I don't know. Mr. Wolford.
Your Honor, we'll have the necessary conversation with our client, and if he's able to make a decision, we'll let the court know in the morning.
So, if this is the last witness, Ms. Pescador, if she is the last witness, then, and if Mr. Pahl does not testify, then I expect that we would finish up. We're working on the final instructions. They seem to be pretty straightforward from the parties. You did what? You have a draft? Okay. We have a very rough draft, and we can give copies to the parties or send it to the parties. Right? Again, very rough. It's just what you've given me, more or less. Okay. And then we would take a break if we finish with this witness, and if this witness is the last witness. And then I would expect you could perhaps do a closing in the afternoon. All right? It depends. And did you want a copy of the special instruction 28 about testifying or not testifying, Mr. Wolf?
Yes, if you could just put it in the. Well, and again, we'll make a final decision when.
I'll give it to you. I'll give you a copy of it. And again, I'm just referencing the standard special material, number 28. We'll give you a copy, Mr. Wolf, okay? Thank you. All right. Anything else from the state?
No.
Defense? Mr. Wolf, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay,
All
thank
right. Okay, so now we get to zip, zoom. Let's see.
Can we get in a little bit early so we can discuss the testimony, whether he's going to testify tomorrow or not? Like 8:15?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, we're going to come back. All right, let's go. Here we go. Wait for it. We're waiting for the dog lady. Come on. Hold, please. There we go. All right. Caught up to this morning. We are still on 1.25 speed. We are they're about to start for the morning. I feel like we watched something in the wrong order. Not if you were here every day. Anything coming with the dog lady? She's basically testified that the other canine handler was sort of fibbed or fudged his numbers on how many hours he trained his dog. That he hasn't done the minimum required for the dog to remain trained and certified, which is sort of weird because he passed the certification test. So maybe the dog is just like a quick learner. I don't know. We might have her also go into the mode of how he walked through and what cue that would have been given to his dog and things like that, which will be hard to do because there was no video of it. So I'm not sure how she's going to pick that apart. So we are caught up to this morning, yes. I moved for a cadaver sniffing field trip for the jury. Oh, yeah. Which, can you smell the body? That'd be great, right before lunch as well. Can she prove he fudged hours? Apparently, he included hours that weren't actually like active searching hours in his training hours. So, there's that. Sorry for the little ASMR. Waiting for the jury to come in here. Looks like people are standing. Might skip ahead a little faster. I just don't want to miss any audio if we turn on the mics. I want to hear this spice this morning. As we are a little over an hour behind, but catching up fast and skipping the breaks.
Pescador still under.
There we go.
Christy Gordon, Sue Opera, Detective Fredericks, and Christy Gussie for the state.
Your Honor, Attorney Peter Wolf appears alongside Attorney Pablo Galaviz. We appear for Mr. Matthew Pahl. He appears in person in custody.
Okay, good morning, everybody. And we finished up yesterday with Ms. Pescador still undergoing direct examination by Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, is there anything we need to take up before we start today?
Your Honor, just that Ms. Pescador was dropped off by her Uber driver in front of the juvenile center. She's walking over. She's going to probably be another 2 or 3 minutes. But I believe that Mr. Pahl is in a position to conduct the colloquy relative to whether or not he will testify.
Okay, all right, very good. And I'll do that in just a second. Anything else from the state before we start?
No, Judge.
Okay, so Mr. Pahl,
send me a link.
Yesterday we finished up, and I know your attorneys had an opportunity to talk to you about your right to testify and your decision to testify or not testify, your right to testify or not testify. I know that as well. The bailiffs brought you in to talk to Mr. I think Galaviz this morning as well, I presume, about that decision also. And do you feel that you've had enough time to talk to your attorneys, sir? Mr. Pahl? About your decision to testify?
I don't know if it was enough time. But
You want more time? Okay, that's fine. We'll give you more time. We'll take it up later. We'll switch off your microphones and you can talk right now. With Mr. Pahl.
How much time do you need? 30 seconds? A minute? You know what this says to me? This says to me that he wants to testify. The lawyers do change seats a little bit. I'm looking for nodding or shaking of head to see if there's disagreement or agreement between the two here. Obviously, we can't hear what they're saying, and we shouldn't. But general body language is fair to observe, as we are, in fact, in court. This lawyer's saying, look, if you take the stand, they can cross-examine you. They will hit you with everything. They'll ask you hard questions. And if you get riled up and get angry and get, an issue, a bee under your bonnet, you'll probably say something you shouldn't say, and it can get you in trouble. Just let us do our job. he does. He has been a little bit agitated a number of times. Automatic gal, thank you very much. Oh, wow. That's just cool. A lottery miner. That's funny. I might get one of those. Basically, it would be like buying a lottery ticket, right? The odds of winning are probably less than winning the lottery, but still, if you do, it's a quick, what, couple $120,000? Everyone's chanting, do it, do it, do it. Okay, I'm going to skip ahead because we can. They're still talking, still talking. Okay, that's enough time. They're giving them a couple minutes. The other attorney's back. Gives a thumbs up to the judge.
All right, anything else before we start from the state?
No, Judge.
Mr. Galaviz, anything else, sir? You're still talking to your client. I'll give you time later about his decision to testify or not, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, we're going to continue now. We'll bring the jurors in.
Your Honor, you want her on the stand or just here?
Just there. She can come up to the stand. That's fine. All right? Come on up, man. And then when the jurors come in, we'll swear you in again, okay? All right. So
We are less than an hour behind, I think, and we're catching up.
Can wait. Will you stand up?
Yes.
Selena, I think you're right. No respectable defense attorney in this position would be like, look, you really need to get up there and tell your story.
Thank you.
All rise for the jury. All right, have a seat, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming back. We are going to continue again with the defense case. Ms. Pescador, if you could stand up and raise your right hand to be sworn in again. Thank you. All right, have a seat, please. And, of course, you are still Alex Pescador, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Continue, Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pescador, we a couple things that I thought of after you were testifying yesterday. We obviously went over your education and the work that you've done in this area. How old are you?
35.
Okay. And when did you start dog training?
When I was 18.
Okay. Thank you. And I know we're not supposed to ask that, but I think it's important here. The other area I want to touch on before we get into the actual search is you reviewed Deputy Willis's qualifications, correct?
Yes.
And did you look at his certification from the NNDDA?
Yes.
What did you note about his certification?
Could you please be more specific?
Who certified him for NNDDA certification?
He had two different evaluators. The first one was Mr. Gumman, and the second one was Ms. Corcoran.
Okay, what did you note about the individuals who are providing the certification?
With Ms. Corcoran, that was his main trainer.
Okay, and why is that an issue?
It was significant because in the standards under OSAC and what was posted with AAFS, the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and under SWGDOG as well, it is typically against best practices for someone who is significantly involved in the training of a canine to also be the evaluator for the same canine.
Okay, why is that?
It's a kind of a conflict of interest.
Okay, let's, as part of your Madam Clerk, just for the witness, we're going to pull up Defense Exhibit D12.
612.
I'm sorry, D612. One moment. I'm going to use a paper.
Pardon me?
It's only going to hurt my shoulder to paste a copy.
Sure.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Sure, certainly.
Given our technical problems with test viewer, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 612. Can you tell me what that is?
This is my report.
And again, tell me what steps you took to put that report together. Just refresh what we talked about yesterday.
It was an evaluation of several different documents as well as a comparison of standards for canine training, evaluation, and performance.
Okay, so what documents did we talked about that you looked at Deputy Willis and Raven's training documents, correct?
Correct.
And we just talked about the certifications?
Yes.
Okay. What did you look at specific to the search of Mr. Pahl's truck on September 19th of 2022?
Right. So this was also a comparison of the environment of which the search took place. So there was a search environment, odor dynamics that could occur within that environment, as well as the setup, procedures, and that took place.
First of all, can you tell me so you studied the environment where the search took place?
Correct.
What were your observations about the environment where the search took place?
There were significant issues from the start about potential cross-contamination of odor. The environment included a building where historically as well as present cross-contamination could occur between vehicles where human decomposition odor may have introduced cross-contamination. So where ventilation fans were on in that building, air could have blown from one vehicle to another and introduced human decomposition odor between vehicles.
And why strike that? What could have been done differently for the test to have more accuracy?
If it was done outside.
Okay.
Outside of that building.
So do you think any comprehensive forensic search could have been done within that garage at the time or on September 19th, 2022?
No. It would have introduced the problem of cross-contamination from the beginning by putting that vehicle inside of that building. Not just because of what was stored inside the building that day or in the days preceding when that defendant's vehicle was put in that building. But because that building was historically used to store vehicles involved in fatal accidents over time, it would have accumulated human decomposition odor.
Okay, if they would have emptied that barn and then put four cars that they were aware was clean and then Mr. Pahl's truck and gotten a hit on Mr. Pahl's truck, would that have been a good test? If they put those vehicles, if they pulled all the cars out and then put 5 cars inside of that barn right away, would that have been a good test?
No, it still introduces that problem.
Did you study Deputy Willis's report where he talks about what the steps that he took during that particular test?
Yes.
And what observations did you make about how he? Let's start with the start of the test. What he did pre-test. Tell me about your observations there.
Could you be more specific?
There were certain actions that Deputy Willis had directed prior to Raven being introduced to the environment. Can you tell me what observations you saw, or what you noted about that process?
That he had directed a detective to burp the vehicle.
Okay. And again, what is burping, and why do you feel that was inappropriate?
So specifically, he had directed a detective to burp the target vehicle, which in this case is the defendant's vehicle. I felt that was significant, one, because it was the only vehicle that was directed to be burped. And in the document, I was directed to evaluate, in this case, which is included in my report, it was the Dauber hearing for Officer Willis, or Deputy Willis, in which he testified the reason for having that vehicle burped was...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay. I don't think the question called for it, but the answer is going there.
Okay, give me 1 second to review the question.
I can change. I'll modify the question.
Okay, so I'll sustain the objection. Go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Pescador, why do you believe Deputy Willis directed that the vehicle be burped?
Objection, speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Deputy Willis, or I'm sorry, Ms. Pescador, why is burping a good or a bad idea?
So burping a vehicle is used in detection dog searches at times in order to empty the vehicle of oversaturation odor. And what happens in oversaturation odor, sometimes when a vehicle is full of odor, that means that the cabin of the vehicle, the odor inside the cabin of the vehicle is equalized, means it's equal all throughout the cabin. And a dog will have trouble pinpointing the source of the odor. So if you were to take a dog and search around the perimeter of a vehicle, it will be difficult for the dog to tell you exactly where the odor is coming from if you're just doing an outside search of that vehicle. So you would burp the vehicle to help the dog be able to tell you exactly where around the vehicle that odor is coming from. And you would do that when you're not ready to open the vehicle and start doing an evidence search inside of the vehicle.
Would you normally have the vehicle pinpointed? If you were doing it in this environment, would you normally see if the dog hit on the vehicle first and then attempt to pinpoint where in the vehicle?
Could you rephrase your question?
I'll move on. You talked about the contamination that was within the barn, correct?
Correct.
And what additional would happen when they were burping this particular vehicle, given the contamination that was in the barn at the time?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What happens to the air around the vehicle when somebody when they burp the vehicle?
So the motion of opening and closing the doors. One, you open the door, and that will cause the air to be sucked into the vehicle. You can imagine that, and you can do it yourself. You open the vehicle door. It pushes air into the vehicle. When you close the door, that action of closing the car door will also push air from outside and around that door along the seams of the vehicle, and it'll push it towards the back of the vehicle. And as you go around the vehicle and you're basically fanning air inside and outside of the vehicle, you're pushing the air in and out of the vehicle and around the back of it.
Okay, so given the fact that the area, that the barn you testified was contaminated because of all the other vehicles, that action actually pushed air toward the back of Mr. Pahl's truck?
You're circulating the air inside and around the vehicle, so yes, technically yes.
Okay. Then you went through extensively the description of the actual search, correct?
Correct.
What did you note about the positioning of Mr. Pahl's truck in this particular search?
The positioning of Mr. Pahl's truck was at the entrance of the search area, which is also the exit of the search area, so it was the start and end of the search.
Is that significant?
Yes.
Why?
It gives the dog 2 passes over the same target vehicle.
Is there anything else about placing a target at the end of a search?
It could potentially introduce a cue to the dog.
Okay, and could you please elaborate on that?
It could be considered something of an end of search cue or start and end of search cue. So if a dog is trying to figure the best way to word this concisely, a dog completes its search and it has not alerted to a vehicle or a source in this case, and it realizes it has not received its reward. It's completed its search and it realizes that it may feel prompted to turn around and alert in order to receive its reward.
Okay. You also observed the path that the dog took in this particular case?
Yes.
What did you observe or note about the actual search from start to the end in this particular case?
I'm sorry, could you please be more specific?
What actions did the dog take that were notable during the search of the rest of the vehicles in the barn?
About its behavior?
Yes.
Well, the dog did show 2 changes of behavior in that building that were consistent with changes of behavior, as in it noted human decomposition odor, of which it was trained to alert to, and it did not perform alerts.
Okay. And there were only 2 changes of behavior in that report, other than the final cue, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When the dog was finishing the search and came around behind Mr. Pahl's vehicle, what were your observations about the actions of Deputy Willis as well as the dog?
That he had turned around and started walking towards the other end of the building.
What about the specific actions taken by the dog as the dog passed behind that vehicle?
That it had turned around at the same time that Officer Willis had turned around.
Were there any other actions taken by Deputy Willis that might have signaled anything to the or by the dog that have you concerned about whether or not the eventual alert was other than accurate?
I'm going to object to a compound question asking it was either the handler or the dog. I think we need to be more specific, Your Honor.
Let me look at the question again.
I can break it down.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
Go ahead, break it down.
Were there any actions by the dog that caused you concern about about the validity of the eventual alert?
Yes, the dog also looked to the handler at the same time, approximately the same time that the handler had turned and started walking on the other side of the building.
Madam Clerk, can you see if our system is up and running? This is be for the witness only. Okay. Ms. Pescador, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 610. Have you seen this exhibit before?
Yes.
And you also have a similar exhibit in your actual forensic report, correct?
Correct.
And how was that information put together?
This was a list of vehicles that was provided to me for review of the vehicles that have been stored in that building where Mr. Pahl's vehicle was placed for the search.
Okay. And these, what else so these vehicles were in the in the Public Works garage at the time?
I do not recall if they were all present in the barn at the time.
Okay. But were you ever given a clear picture of what vehicles were actually in the storage barn at the time of the actual search?
I don't remember exactly all the vehicles that were in the barn at the time.
Okay, but so what is this exhibit again?
This is a list of vehicles that have been stored in that building that were involved in fatal accidents or serious injury accidents.
Okay, and this was on or about the time of the search by Deputy Willis?
Yes.
Okay. And what did and just I'll scroll through real quickly to make sure. And you also the last entry here, you learned about another vehicle that was in the barn, correct?
Yes.
And that vehicle also had been in a fatal crash?
It was yes.
Okay, and in that case, like several others, there was a deceased person actually in the driver's seat of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And do you feel it would be important to know precisely what vehicles were in that barn at the time of the search by Deputy Willis?
Yes.
And why would that be important?
It would be important to understand the human decomposition odor that was at play in that building at the time and about how much that would be influencing the dog search.
Okay. Was this information in Deputy Willis's report?
No.
Was this information immediately available to you when you first saw Deputy Willis's report?
No.
Your Honor, I'm asking to publish Exhibit 610 to the jury.
Can I just confer with Attorney
Sure.
for a second, please? No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 610 is admitted and may be shown to the jurors.
Okay. Again, Ms. Pescador, so from what you understand, the first column is the police report from the Sheriff's Department that relates to the particular vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you received a stack of police reports, is that right?
Correct.
And that's what you compiled when you put you put your own chart very similar to this in your report, correct?
Correct.
And then this report just adds that final. I just want to show the difference. This report adds the final vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then the next column is the date from the police report, the date that the report or the date of the incident related to that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a description and color, if available, of the vehicle?
Yes.
And then there's a description of the type of incident that the vehicle was involved in, correct?
Yes.
And what did you note about that list of vehicles? Vehicles?
There are several fatal crashes several fatal crashes and injury accidents.
Okay. And like the second row, the Dodge Caravan, that was involved in a fatal crash, correct?
Correct.
And that was in March of 2022?
Correct.
And the deceased, there was a deceased person in the driver's seat as a result of that accident, correct?
Correct.
And underneath that it says and/or. Is that because, again, you couldn't, you don't know for sure which of, you just received reports related to the vehicles, correct?
Correct.
So you can't say for certain as far as which of those two vehicles were in the garage?
Correct.
Okay. The going down a little bit, there was also a motorcycle that we believe was in the garage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as a result of that accident, the motorcycle ended up embedded in the truck.
Correct.
Some way. And just scrolling down, so there's there's actually 2 pages to this exhibit, correct?
Correct.
And again, probably I didn't do a percentage check, but about half of these vehicles were involved in fatal crashes in one way or another, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You saw in Deputy Willis's report that the dog only exhibited 2 changes of behavior, right?
Correct.
And what is given this list and your knowledge now of the inventory, what is your concern about the search that was conducted by Raven and Deputy Willis?
That the dog did not, she only gave 2 changes of behavior in that building, and she did not alert to any other potential sources of human decomposition odor in that building or any other vehicles. She only alerted to a pre-identified vehicle in this case under very complicated, complex conditions.
Okay, you said pre-identified. So when we were talking, I believe with Deputy Willis, we talked about blind and double blind evaluations, correct? Or searches, I'm sorry.
Correct.
And what's the importance of blind and double blind searches?
So blind searches, I think that was explained before, potentially. The importance of that with dog searches is that it's basically you don't want to cheat on a test with any kind of searches. And it's like knowing the answer. If you know where a source is hidden in a search area, you're not really searching for it. So you have an evaluator go out and hide a source for the dog to find. And that evaluator accompanies the dog and the handler out in the search area. They know where the source is hidden, and they are watching to make sure that the dog and the handler can do a search. They don't know where the source is, and that the dog is able to find it, and that the handler can read the dog and understand its changes of behavior, its searching, and that it can read the dog. And that the dog performs a correct alert and can pinpoint that source of odor. And if the dog can do that and the handler can read the dog, they succeed and they pass the test and they are certified. A double-blind search is important because the evaluator in the search area is also blind to it. And there is a second evaluator who is not in the search area but can observe from a distance and can alert the other evaluator who is accompanying the dog handler and the dog in that search area. So why is that useful, and why do you need another person with the dog and the handler if they don't know where the source is hidden? Because a dog and a handler can be influenced by another person who is with them, and dogs and handlers often do searches with other people, other detectives. They are very rarely out there alone doing searches. And they are sometimes cued by other people and the dogs as well. So how is that practically accomplished? It can be easily done using Bluetooth earbuds or a radio, where the evaluators share those earpieces. So when a dog alerts and they're correct, evaluator number 2, who is observing from a distance, can in real time tell evaluator number 1, who is with the dog and handler, that the dog is correct or wrong. And that information is delivered in real time to give feedback to the handler. In ways in which the dog can be influenced by other people.
Bluetooth is only 35
so
feet.
in this particular test, was this even a blind search?
No.
And again, how do we know that?
Because they called it the target vehicle, it was pre-identified.
And that was known to Deputy Willis ahead of time.
Yes.
And again, why does that call the search into, or why does that question the validity of the search?
That's a known bias factor.
Okay, so what could happen if an evaluator is aware of the target vehicle during the search?
If the evaluator knows?
No, I'm sorry. What happens if the handler is aware of the target during the search?
That can come across in training?
No, during a particular search, in this case. What are you concerned about if the handler knows the target vehicle?
That's set up in training, and then that comes across operationally.
Okay. What are you concerned about? What actions by Deputy Willis were you concerned about as a result of him knowing the target vehicle ahead of time?
Queuing.
Okay. And what are examples of queuing?
Queuing.
I'm sorry. Can we take down the exhibit if we're done with 610, please?
We can take down 610.
All right.
Could you please ask the question?
What are examples of queuing by a handler?
It could be, like I mentioned earlier, very critical points in time where the handler does something non-verbally that cues the dog. As far as his body movements, it could be something like lingering in a place too long, but in this case it was when Raven had reached the end of her search around the service door, had reached the target vehicle in this case, and she turned around, which was around her end point around that service door. The officer in this case also made that 180 turn himself and started walking to the other end of the building. At that point, Raven was distracted from her search and turned around and looked at Officer Willis as well. And then she went back to the vehicle and performed her alert.
Okay. What did you note about the beginning of the search as well, as far as Raven's actions at the immediate start of the search?
That was also significant because they started at the service door where Deputy Willis put her into a sit before releasing her for a search. They were next to a group of motorcycles to the left, and Mr. Pahl's vehicle was to the right of that service door. So at that time, Raven would have had an opportunity to acquire odor that was in close proximity to where she started, and there was no change of behavior. There was no draw for her to Mr. Pahl's vehicle or to the motorcycles. And she continued with her search. She did not show any interest in Mr. Pahl's vehicle until she reached the end of her search, after she became distracted.
Just for the witness, if I could show her defense exhibit number 614, which I'll pull up. And for the witness, hopefully only. Ms. Pescador, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 614. Is that a document you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it a document that was originally on a napkin but that you created, but it's been transferred into a more readable format?
Yes.
And can you describe briefly what that document is?
It is an explanation of the difference between trace material and residual odor, as well as explaining what volatile organic compounds are.
Okay, and again, this is a document that you assisted in putting together, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I'd ask that we publish this to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
All right, it's admitted, you may publish it.
Okay. And again, there's three parts to this, correct?
Correct.
If you go down the page, can you describe what at the top, what that is, and what it shows?
So I attempted to explain very simply that volatile organic compounds are odor that is available in the air for the dog to smell.
Okay, so a volatile organic compound could be something in the air, or it could be an actual piece of human tissue, or it could be a scent article.
No, volatile organic compounds are odor molecules in the air. That's what makes them volatile. They're in the air, available for the dog to detect.
Okay. So I guess a volatile means it's airborne.
Correct.
Okay. So in this example, in the first example, what are the volatile organic compounds?
They are odor molecules in the air available for the dog to detect.
Okay. And in the top example, there's two little dots, right?
Correct.
And the number of dots has nothing to do with how many there are. It's used, for example, to show that they're in the air, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So in that example, let's say there's an item there that's giving off that odor, and then the volatile organic compound is what's above it.
Correct.
Okay. And if the item would be represented by that blue four-sided figure, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's a surface and there's a small line underneath it.
I need to make sure
as
we're
well,
on high
correct?
speed
And we'll
here.
get into what that is as we go.
Correct.
Okay. So explain line 2 then as far as trace goes.
Making
So
sure we're on high
that
speed.
is an example, just for illustrative purposes, of what happens when you remove whatever item that may be. It could be human tissue. It could be the candy in front of you. Once you remove an item that has had contact with the surface, even though you've removed it, you don't see it anymore. If it's had contact, every contact leaves a trace, and that's Locard's exchange principle. You have trace material that could be left behind, and even though you can't see it, there could still be physical material there, and you can maybe swab for it, or even though you can't see it, it could still be there. And if there's still material there, it could off-gas, and what that off-gassing leaves behind are the odor molecules in the air to detect. And if there's still material that can off-gas, it can produce odor. And that's the trace material, is whatever is left behind.
Okay. So in a case where a dog is picking up the volatile organic compounds in this type of example, does this provide a more accurate, or what's the difference in accuracy as far as confirmation of whether a hit is confirmed as far as what the dog is supposed to do? Are you able to confirm a positive dog hit, a formal hit, as a result of finding this trace?
It can help support a dog alert.
Okay. And does this assist you in pinpointing possibly where the odor that the dog picked up, where that source came from?
Yes, if you find trace material, if you find physical material, that helps confirm a dog alert.
Okay. What's the final example there, residual? Explain
So
that.
residual odor in this illustration, can you? No, I can see it clearly.
It's up on the board behind you as well.
Right. In residual odor, what this shows is you have material that's kept in a glass. So it's not making direct contact with the surface underneath it. Once you remove that glass that contains the material, because it hasn't had direct contact with the surface underneath it, all you have left is the odor that's in the air. So the odor might have contact with the surface around it, but it's not going to last very long. And it's going to be influenced by the aerodynamics, and it can be blown away, but it's not as permanent as the trace material that's in the illustration above that, still there and is available to off-gas and continue to produce odor at least for a short time after, depending on the quantity left behind.
Okay. So as part of your evaluation, you read the Wisconsin State Crime Lab report about the testing on Mr. Pahl's pickup truck, correct?
Correct.
And what did you learn from that crime lab report?
There was some swabbing that had been done. There was some luminol and phenolphthalein testing that had been done, and that the results had been negative.
Okay. So there was no trace that was confirmed at all, correct?
From what I recall, there was not any positive findings.
Okay. So then the conclusion basically is that this was residual. That if Raven's hit was positive, okay, and not a direct result of the cue. It was a result of residual, correct?
As I understand it.
Okay, there's no proof otherwise, correct?
Correct.
And what's your concern about the fact that that if it wasn't cued, if it wasn't because of it being at the end of the search, what is your concern about Raven's hit in that particular case?
That it is most likely a result of pre-existing odor in the building.
Okay, and that's so. And are you able to pinpoint a source at all then for that residual odor?
I can't pinpoint a source exactly.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, I have nothing further for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Good morning, Ms. Pescador. Good morning. I guess I'll begin by going through your CV, please. Could you put up, now I gave you those numbers.
Maybe she'll ask her what she did in high school for her science project.
611. I'm sorry, the exhibits they gave us don't match the numbering system that Mr. Wolf was using.
I know the defense was 611. I don't know what.
Who's the dude in the T-shirt?
That should be 611. I can pull it up.
Oh, wait. I thought he was wearing a T-shirt. It's a sweater.
No, I get a separate I have it pulled up, if you want to see it.
We got it. Thank you. Yeah, we got it. Okay. So for the record, Your Honor, I've asked Ms. Gussie to display Exhibit 612 and page 25 of 612. Is that in front of you, Ms. Pescador?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you could please scroll down, I want to focus on the area that says Research and Special Projects. Okay.
That's 612.
612, page 25.
Okay.
That hasn't been published.
Well, we published a page or two from
Correct.
it. Yes,
Correct.
we haven't published.
I don't
now.
object. Yeah, I don't object to this part of that report being published.
Hang on a second.
Was it admitted?
Oh, is that what? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Is this 611 or 612?
I apologize. I didn't realize Mr. Wolf separated the CV and made that 611 and the report is 612. So it's my mistake. My apologies. Ms. Gussie, 611, please.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Do you have 611 or no? Okay. Could you please display that?
I'll
I didn't realize you separated them. I'm sorry.
Okay, what page do you want of it?
25.
Okay.
Well,
You tell me to scroll down. I'll listen. You tell me to scroll down or up.
where it says Research and Special Projects.
Okay.
611.
Page 25.
Well, that's what it is on the copy I have, but
I can find it.
yeah, move up, please. There it is.
There it is.
Okay.
And this is Defense Exhibit 611.
All right. I got it. 611, despite Ms. Opper's best efforts to confuse me.
Yes, sir.
All right.
If it's any consolation, I'm confused myself, sir. All right, Ms. Pescador, that's in front of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and no objection to publishing for the
No
jury,
objection.
correct?
This has been published, sir.
Okay. All right, and a little hard to see, but you can read it in front of you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you put together this list of research and special projects that you've participated in, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked you for copies of these materials, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you refused to turn them over, correct?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am?
No.
Did you give them to Attorney Wolf?
No.
Who'd you give them to?
I asked for clarification on some questions, and I explained that it would have been, you asked for a large volume of research and work, and so I asked some questions about clarification.
You never turned those materials over that I asked for, did you?
I did not.
Okay. In fact, I think you said you were objecting to the relevance of my request. Isn't that similar terminology?
Whoa.
Similar terminology?
Yeah, didn't you say you were objecting to the relevance of my request?
No, I did not use that language.
Okay. But nonetheless, I asked for this stuff and you didn't give it to me, correct?
I'd say that's true.
Okay. Now,
that's a great start.
You've listed on here your involvement in these various things. I'd like to know what your level of involvement was. Were you the lead in these research projects? Were you assisting someone?
These are my projects.
Okay. And did you compile reports, documents?
I led these projects.
Did you compile reports or documents, ma'am?
Could you please clarify?
Sure. You have listed here item number 2, evidence of decomposition without a corpse, right?
Correct.
It says you conducted a literature review of instrumental and laboratory methods used to analyze residual odor from human decomposition. Goes on, right?
Correct.
Did you write something?
Yes.
Okay. Did not provide it to the state, though?
Correct.
Okay. The very issue we're dealing with in this case is evidence of decomposition without a corpse, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You did indicate on your CV, let me see what page I've got it on, please. Professional experience and affiliations. Bottom of page 26 on what I have.
Okay. Here we go. That?
Okay. Yep. You indicate that you're a canine instructor and evaluator for DNA Canine LLC, correct?
Correct.
And that's a business that you own along with your husband?
Correct.
That's a for-profit entity, correct?
Correct.
And one of the big things you do in that business is sell training aids, right?
True.
And you sell synthetic training aids?
Not correct.
Not correct?
Right.
You sell actual human remains?
No.
What do you sell?
Tubes. I sell Get Sent tubes.
Yeah. Get Sent tubes, which is, well, let's spell that for the court reporter.
True. Okay. G-E-X-T-E-N-T.
What is that?
G-E-T, get, G-E-T-X-E-N-T, Get Zent.
Get Zent. Okay. And what is it, please?
So those are polymer tubes. They look like they're this big, about 3 inches. And they are patented technology of odor capture and release.
And where's the odor? What is the source of the odor that's contained in the tube?
The source of the odor does come from human tissue.
And that's done at some lab. That's a separate business from yours, right?
That is separate.
You're sort of like the supplier.
Of the tubes.
Yes, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you make those available to handlers around the country that are willing to pay for it, correct?
I also donate them, but yes.
Okay. And about how many do you donate versus how many you sell?
It's about equal.
About equal. Okay. And if you go to the Get Zent website, you'll see that they recommend that the handler put the tube out and leave it for about 30 minutes before they actually do a training with the dog, correct?
Correct.
And that's so that the odor has a chance to get out in the environment so that the dog can find it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yesterday you had testified about a number of acronyms, right? All these American Association of Forensic Science and things like that. You remember that testimony, ma'am?
Yes.
Are you actually a member of any of those organizations?
OSAC.
OSAC. You're a member of OSAC. Okay. The other ones, no?
No.
So you just Googled their training standards off the internet, or?
Let me correct. I'm an OSAC implementer, so I report to NIST the OSAC standards that I implement under my business.
Okay. The others you have no direct affiliation with?
No.
Okay. It's true, isn't it, Ms. Pescador, that if I pulled up the OSAC standards or the Swig Dog standards, there's nothing in there that prevents burping a vehicle prior to a search, correct?
True.
And it's true, isn't it, Ms. Pescador, that there's nothing in the standards that requires a handler to videotape or photograph a search, correct?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In fact, your own, you're affiliated with Peace River, correct?
Correct.
And their website even says, a search is not merely walking around and permitting the dog to randomly sniff an area. It involves careful fact-gathering analysis.
Down when you read, please.
I'm so sorry. It involves careful fact gathering, analysis, and appropriate use of tools that are employed to make existing odor available for detection by the dog. Some of the tools that might be employed to increase the availability of odor include probing/venting rods, power tools, a machete, a boat, etc. Correct?
Correct.
That is acceptable practice, correct?
Depends on the environment.
Okay. So let's talk about that environment. You compiled the list. Do we have 610? Could you please display 610?
Sure.
A couple conversations have gotten a little too far. Just dial it back or step away from your keyboard a little bit.
Page 1, please. Start at the top. All right, so you compiled this list, correct, Ms. Pescador?
Correct.
You have good recollection of these cases as you sit here now?
Which cases?
The cases you wrote in this list.
I'm familiar with the list. I'm not familiar with all of the case details of each vehicle in this list.
Okay. You would agree with me that these vehicles, at least by case number, go back to 2016, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, we had a lot of discussion the other day. You weren't here, but we had discussion about case number, and I'm looking at the number in the left-hand column. It's W20032248. You see that one? It's about number 5 on the list for the moped.
Yes.
You see that, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And what is the date in the column there? What is that supposed to represent?
The date, 2020, 5/12/2020.
Yes, what does that represent?
The date of the vehicle accident.
And that's something you compiled, right?
That is what I have, yes.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that collision actually occurred in 2007?
Is that, could you clarify what you're asking me?
Sure. Would it surprise you to know that the collision involving the moped actually occurred in 2007?
That is the date of the vehicle, 2020.
Ma'am.
Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am. The date of the hit, this was a hit and run fatal injury, right?
Yes.
Somebody on a moped was struck and died, right?
Yes.
It's a cold case. We never solved it, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Goes back to 2007, correct?
That's what you're telling me?
Are you arguing with me?
No, I'm not.
Okay. You wrote down 2020, but it's really June 8 of 2007, correct?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue with you.
Okay.
I'll trust you.
All right. And you'd agree with me that the driver of the moped was actually ejected, landed some distance away from the moped, had no direct contact with the moped at the time of his or her death.
I don't have that information.
But that'd be important to know, wouldn't it?
All I have is that it was a fatal crash, hit and run.
Right, but you're saying, hey, look, this moped was in this barn and there's somebody died on this moped, when in fact nobody died on that moped, correct?
For the moped?
Yeah.
I'm not going to dispute that.
Okay.
All I have is involved in a hit and run fatal crash.
You would agree with me, and I don't know, maybe you don't know this. Doesn't sound like it's maybe in your area of history and experience, but would you disagree with the concept that vast majority of cases involving motorcycles or mopeds, when a driver of such vehicle is struck, they are frequently ejected. They don't remain with the bike, correct?
I'm very familiar with that.
Okay. You would agree with me, the first one on the list from 2016, the driver on that motorcycle was ejected, correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. The next one on the list, that person was not dead on scene. In fact, the vehicle that is listed there, the Ford Taurus, struck another vehicle. The person who died was a pedestrian, right? You actually do list that as a pedestrian, correct?
Pardon, can you please repeat that question?
Sure. So the vehicle, the Ford Taurus, what's your recollection of the involvement of the Taurus in the accident?
It's a fatal crash versus a pedestrian. That's the information I have.
You have the entire police report, right?
I only have parts of this.
I'm sorry?
I only have partial information.
On your chart, right? But when you made the chart, when you compiled the chart, you had the entire packet of police reports. Like this, right?
Not all of it.
What was missing?
I only have partial information of the police reports.
Who'd you get the police reports from?
From the attorneys.
And you think they only gave you half the information you needed?
That's all I have is partial information from the vehicle histories in these accidents.
Okay. That Taurus never struck that pedestrian directly. Do you know that? There was another vehicle involved?
I don't recall.
Do you remember the pedestrian was a Good Samaritan who stopped to fix a flat tire?
I remember that.
And the Taurus hit the vehicle with the flat tire, and the flat tire tragically ran over that Good Samaritan who was changing flat tire.
I remember that.
Right? Most of these cases, and you've testified, you don't know which of these vehicles. You've only documented the vehicles involved in the collisions, right?
Correct.
You can't tell us for sure this vehicle was in that barn that day.
I stated that.
Okay. And would you agree with me that oftentimes, for an investigation or a prosecution, it's the striking vehicle, the person that's at fault, right, that is prosecuted, right?
Correct.
And that's the vehicle we would keep.
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And the vehicle where the victim died maybe has less relevance to an investigation.
So in my state, it may be different.
Okay.
But where there is death involved with the vehicle, that vehicle is also taken.
Okay. What about Wisconsin?
I'm not familiar with Wisconsin.
Okay. You would agree with me, though, that as we go through this list, and we can go through every one of them, but it seems like that would be redundant. First of all, there's vehicles here where there was no death, right?
Serious injury.
Okay. Where do you see that?
Injury accident.
Okay. You would agree that there's a difference between a serious injury and an injury accident, correct?
Correct.
Okay. There's vehicles on here that were stolen or involved in high-speed chases, or correct?
Correct.
Had absolutely nothing to do with anybody being injured to any extent, correct?
Correct.
And yet you put them on this list, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And let's talk about the two vehicles that, oh wait, I'm sorry, before we move on. Could you please scroll down to the bottom of page 2, the second to last entry? Okay. You see the last one there? I'm sorry, the second last one. I apologize because Mr. Wolf added one, which we're not disputing. The second to last one, right? You listed a date of 9/19/2022, correct?
Correct.
What happened in that case?
It's fatal versus pedestrian, and there was tissue in the engine bay.
Okay. When did that occur?
I am relying on the information provided to me, which is 9/19/2022.
What time?
I don't have the time.
Okay. What time was the search done on 9/19/2022 by Investigator Willis?
I don't remember the exact time of that. It's in my report.
It's about 9:30 in the morning, wasn't it?
It was morning.
Okay. That last collision actually occurred about 7 o'clock in the evening on the 19th of September, correct? Does that sound familiar to you?
I don't recall. It's in my report if I wrote that one in. If I included that in my report, then there would be a time.
Okay. Well, it's in your list, right?
Is this in my table? I don't recall if I included that one in my table.
The one from 9/19 of 2022? Go ahead and look. Do you have your report in front of you?
Yes, ma'am. I can look.
Sure.
This is a rough initiation into the world of testifying in court for this witness. Realize that some of this snarkiness comes from the fact that we are 1.25 speed.
So if that collision happened at 7 o'clock in the evening, it was not in the pole barn at 9:30 in the morning when Investigator Willis did his search, correct?
Correct.
You should not have included that on this list, correct?
It was provided to me for inclusion, so I included it.
You didn't notice that there's no way this vehicle could have even been in the barn at the time of the search?
The time for that was not given to me, so I would not have known to not include that.
You didn't get a very basic police report with a date and time that collision occurred?
The time was not included in that information.
What did you get? What materials did you get?
I was provided a large amount of materials. The time was not included with that information.
Okay, but the date was on the information.
The date was not included with that. Or sorry, the time, pardon me.
So you got a date of a collision but no time?
I did not have the time for that.
Do you think it'd be really, really unusual that a police report would not include the date and time that an accident occurred? A fatal accident, nonetheless?
I'm sure that the full police report included the time with the date and a lot of information, but I did not get full comprehensive police reports.
Well, you'd agree with me, Ms. Pescador. Even the most basic face sheet or front page would have the date and time and location. Very basic information would be on any police record, right?
I'm sure. I'm confident that it does, but I did not receive comprehensive or full police reports for every single case.
So what did you receive?
I received limited information for each of these.
What was the source of the information?
I received it from the attorneys.
I'm sorry, that was a bad question. Did they give you actual police documents, or did they type something up and give you a narrative of their own?
Could you rephrase that?
Yeah. Let me show an example. Can you see this, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this look familiar? Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. This is a police report, right?
Correct.
Is this what you got from Attorney Wolf?
I did not receive something like that from Attorney Wolf.
What did you receive from Attorney Wolf?
I received a list of vehicle information, accident information, dates, vehicle numbers, and accident information with police report information from Attorney Pablo.
So he sent you basically Exhibit 610.
With more information.
But not important information that we've just discussed, correct?
It was not comprehensive police report information.
Did you follow up and say, hey, Attorney Galaviz, I need more. There's information missing here.
It was not like a comprehensive police report information, but it was a little more than this.
So your answer is no. You didn't ask Mr. Galaviz for more information, correct?
I'm sorry, could you please rephrase that?
Sure. You did not ask Attorney Galaviz for any more information about any of these vehicles in the pole barn, correct?
I can't recall. I have asked him for more information on several different subjects, including vehicles. Okay. But I can't recall if I specifically asked more about police reports for this.
Okay. So you said Detective Willis did not document any of this in his report, correct?
Correct.
But that's actually not accurate, is it? He did note that he was told the other vehicles in the barn were involved in fatal collisions, some of them, correct?
At the time of my report, I don't believe that's true.
You saw the police report that Investigator Willis authored, correct?
Which one?
The report that Investigator Willis authored. Did you see that?
The search report?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Could you please put up Investigator Willis' report for the witness only? Exhibit 123 is being displayed to the witness. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Page 1, and it's in the third paragraph on the page, the large paragraph on the bottom half of the page, about halfway down. It says he was informed some of the vehicles were involved in fatal crashes, correct?
Correct.
And you reviewed, didn't you, a report from Detective LaFleur documenting some of the vehicles that were in that barn, correct?
I don't recall reviewing a document from Detective LaFleur.
You didn't get that from Attorney Galaviz?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In fact, she was providing specificity for the two vehicles which Raven showed a change of behavior on. Do you remember reading that report?
Not that I recall.
Well, that would be an important piece of information for you to have had in your analysis, correct?
At the time that I wrote this report, I didn't receive that I can remember.
Have you received it since?
I'm sorry, not that I remember.
Okay. Maybe you don't know the answer to this then, but of your list on Exhibit 610, do you know which two vehicles are the ones that Raven showed a change of behavior to?
Is this regarding, okay, I remember this. This is regarding a Dodge Grand Caravan.
Answer the question, please, ma'am.
I'm sorry, can you please rephrase?
Sure. On list 610, which are the vehicles that Raven showed a change of behavior on? Can you identify them for the jury?
I don't have list 610 in front of me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess we have to go back to defense table, please, because I don't have 610.
Yes, it's on mine. There's 2 pages, so if you want to ask her if there's any on there.
Sure. First, Attorney Wolf is displaying page 2 of 2. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify for the jury if any of these vehicles were the ones that Raven showed a change of behavior on?
No.
Okay. Page 1. Oops, can you scroll so she can see the whole thing? The bottom's a little cut off there. Okay. Can you identify for the jury which of this list of vehicles Raven showed a change of behavior on from page 1?
Not specifically.
Okay. Now, you spent a lot of time, I'm sorry, I wanted to ask you about the last chart that Mr. Wolf put up that I guess you told the jury you drew it on a napkin, right?
True.
Okay, and then he typed it up for us?
True.
Okay. That was 614. You testified that every contact leaves trace, correct?
True.
Every contact between one item to another would leave trace.
True.
And it's true, isn't it, Ms. Pescador, that when the canine alerts, gives a trained formal alert, you don't know if that dog is detecting actual human remains, trace material, residual material. You just know the dog hits on what it's been trained to hit on, correct?
That could be the case.
Well, that is the case, right?
I can't say that.
Does your dog speak English?
It could be that it is smelling the target odor it was trained to indicate on, but that is not always the case.
My point is, let's say it's a training exercise, okay? Let's say we know, we all know, Investigator Willis went out in the woods and hid a bone from a human, decomposing human remains, right? Let's assume that fact, right? And then he removes that bone, right? Raven goes out there and she hits right in that area. And we all know it's a good hit because we all saw him do it, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay, you're shaking your head, yes, but the court reporter can't take down head shakes, so you have to verbally answer my question.
Of course, yes.
Thank you. When an actual search is done in the field and a dog hits, you don't know if they're alerting to a trace odor or a residual odor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you spent a lot of time talking about blind searches and double blind searches, correct?
Correct.
Those are training methods, correct?
Correct.
Those aren't used for real searches in the field.
They're always blind in the field.
Yeah, exactly. Even in this case, right? Nobody knew, not Investigator Willis, not Detective LaFleur, not Detective Planis, not Detective Fredericks. Nobody knew if there was an odor of decomposing remains in Mr. Pahl's truck, correct?
Nobody knew, correct.
Not until Raven told them it was there, correct?
Correct.
And in your report, you use words, and I noticed you did this on your direct examination too. Well, he may have cued Raven, right?
Correct.
Or possibly there was cross-contamination, right?
True.
You don't know for sure.
That's true.
In your direct examination, you would say things like, I observed, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you weren't there, right?
Correct.
So when you're saying, well, I observed that Raven turned at the exact same time Investigator Willis turned, what are you basing that on?
On what I read. I observed it in my reading.
Okay. So could we put up 123 again, please?
Where did it say the dog turned and looked at him as he turned to walk away and was distracted?
And I would like to go to page 2 of 123. And under the heading that says search 1, okay, you're with me. And the third paragraph, the third full paragraph, it starts out, Canine Raven continued. Ms. Pescador, would you read that paragraph, please, to yourself? And you see the third sentence there. Starts out, I observed a clear change of behavior from Canine Raven. You see that?
Yes.
And in fact, what Investigator Willis reported was that there was a change of behavior, an abrupt 180 turn by Raven, and then, after Raven quickly went back to that rear bumper area, that's when he began to walk away, correct?
This is missing context.
Pardon me?
It's missing context from the other documents I examined.
What else is there?
The testimony from the handler.
Okay. You weren't there, correct?
At the search?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. You opine that Raven may have been distracted by that movement from Investigator Willis, correct?
What do you mean?
You offered an opinion that that maybe distracted Raven.
Correct.
Okay. Did you see Investigator Willis's testimony before this court?
What do you mean?
Investigator Willis testified here last week. You're aware of that, right?
Last week?
Yes.
No.
You didn't know Investigator Willis testified as part of the state's case?
Well, I know that he would be, but I saw none of that. I read his the document that I was provided for this report, which was his Daubert hearing, his testimony for that.
Transcript from a pretrial motion,
Correct.
right? Okay. Jury's not here for that, right?
Correct.
Okay. But you didn't see his testimony last week?
Correct.
Were you present for it?
No.
Did you watch it online?
No.
You could have, right?
I guess I could have.
Okay. You know, at that Daubert hearing, the defense had a different expert witness, correct, that testified?
I'm aware of that.
That witness offered an opinion that there was no cueing by
Your
investigator
Honor,
Willis,
objection
correct?
for relevance and admissibility and hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I stopped it.
Training records. You were very critical of Investigator Willis's training records, correct?
I wouldn't say critical.
Okay. One of your observations, we'll call it, was that you only had 1 year's worth of training records to review, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for more?
I asked why there weren't more.
Did you ask for more?
Yes.
Did you get them?
No.
Who'd you ask?
The attorneys.
Okay. Are you aware of the fact that the reason Investigator Willis only provided 1 year of training records is because prior counsel for Mr. Pahl
Your
set
Honor, I'll
that
object
range?
for relevance and hearsay and admissibility.
Overruled.
Could you please
The
repeat the
triple
question?
objection
Sure.
did not work.
Let me ask you this way. You know, because you read the transcript from the pretrial motion, that there were some different attorneys representing Mr. Pahl at one point, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know that those attorneys asked for 1 year's worth of training records?
Your Honor, I'll object. Basically, Attorney Opera is testifying to things she already said she doesn't know.
Overruled. Can you answer the question, ma'am?
Could you please repeat the question?
Sure. Do you know the reason you only got 1 year's worth of training records from Investigator Willis is because that's what the defense asked for?
The previous attorneys?
Yes.
That is not what I'm trying to answer this properly. I
Okay.
apologize. That was not what I recall and remember Officer Willis testifying to, and I apologize. I don't want that to be hearsay.
Okay. So you really don't know why you were only given 1 year's worth?
Correct.
Okay. That's fair. All right, if you could please put up, Attorney Wolf, would you please kindly display 612 again for the witness?
Absolutely.
And I'd like to direct your attention to page 5 of 612. You have 612? Oh, do you want Ms. Gussie to do it? She's got
That's
it handy.
fine.
Okay. Page 5, please. And I'm going to ask to publish this page 5 to the jury, please, Your Honor.
And I'll object for relevance.
Overruled. You may.
Ms. Pescador, how much were you paid for your work in this case?
In total, about $13,000.
Okay.
Whoa.
And you included this information in your report here?
Correct.
You aware of the fact that Investigator Willis receives no compensation for his work in this case?
Correct.
Okay.
Willis needs to negotiate better. I'm not against people getting paid for their testimony if they're experts.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe
All right,
that would be double dipping.
I'm going to have you do the redirect, but it's 10 o'clock and 9:58. Let's take a break till about 10:15, okay?
So we need to skip forward. We need to skip forward to get caught up. That was probably the spiciest we've had in this trial. It's been quite heated.
All right, have a seat, everybody. Ms. Pescador, you can step down. Okay. So we'll come back for redirect at 10:15. And in the meantime, I want you to continue your discussions with Mr. Pahl about his right to testify or not to testify. And I do, before the jury comes back, so I have an idea of where we're going to go, I'll ask him again about that issue. The defense was given, Mr. Bailiff, how much time after court yesterday? Half an hour?
that was shortly after 5.
About at least half an hour, and at least half an hour this morning. And so you have a little bit more time, and I expect that should be sufficient time for him to answer the questions I'll have for him. So when we come back after the break, that's the first thing we'll take up before having Ms. Pescador return. Okay?
Sounds fair, Judge.
Anything else from the state?
No.
Mr. Galaviz?
There's one thing, Judge, regarding that garage police reports. My name was mentioned by the prosecutor as to how I got that to Ms. Pescador. I think the jury should know that initially, when I got on this case in April, I noticed something wrong with that garage search. So I asked the prosecutors, could you please let me know what vehicles were in the garage at the time of the search? And to identify those vehicles, they had no idea what those vehicles were. So I said, could you check with the sheriff's department? Because apparently that dog alerted on 2 vehicles. They asked apparently Deputy LaFleur, she had no idea what vehicles the dog alerted on. So we asked them, could you please get us those reports? They said they didn't have the reports, so we had to request the reports ourselves. So I got those reports, and I asked them, could you please have Detective LaFleur, review these reports and let us know which vehicle that the dog hit or semi-hit on in the garage. And she had no idea, Detective LaFleur, which vehicle the dog hit on. So then we got the report that the dog hit on the Caravan or this other vehicle. So then I asked, well, where were those vehicles parked in the garage? The ones that the dog apparently walked by. They had no idea. They don't know where those vehicles were parked. Were they close to Mr. Pahl's vehicle, or were they farther away? They have absolutely no idea where any of these vehicles were in the garage, or if these vehicles were in the garage. And again, I had to pull teeth from them to get these police reports. So I'm upset, basically, the way this picture that Ms. Oppers played with this witness regarding these reports and how it lays the wrong picture, and she knows it. I think. I don't know why she's playing games with this witness. I'll be glad to testify and explain to the jury exactly how I had to pull teeth from this office over here to get these reports, and how no one at that table or the detectives knew anything about these other vehicles that were involved in fatals. When I asked them, were any of these vehicles involved in fatals, and they, I think, honestly told me, we don't know until I got this report. And then I told them, I said, a lot of these other vehicles, plus the motorcycles that were right by Mr. Pahl's vehicle, were involved in fatals. In fact, a couple of those motorcycles were embedded into the back of a truck where the occupant died sitting on the motorcycle.
A couple
and another
or one?
Motorcycle was involved in the hit and run where part of his arm went through the windshield of the other vehicle. They had no idea that those vehicles were in the garage. So I'm not happy with the way Ms. Opper is attacking this witness, making her look like she's not aware of how these reports got in her hands, or what she was given or not given. I think I should testify if I need to. I think she's going over the line with this witness and trying to attack her, and inappropriately.
I believe the term was change of behavior. There wasn't any other hit or TFA is, I think, the term. So whatever you think you need to do, I'll leave it up to you. All right, see you.
Defense calls their next witness Attorney True. So that's happening. It's amping up here today as we finish up this break. We're skipping ahead because we can. Almost done. Attorney True is prepping his. Okay, here we go. Prepping his remarks. And we're back. Okay. Give us just a minute. Wow. So he's got a story to tell, and yeah, I'd be a little bit mad because the way Sue is laying
more
this
time
out.
than I usually would have. What's going on, Mr. Galaviz or Mr. Wolf?
Regarding Mr. Pahl testifying, I think he finally has an answer.
Okay, then I'll talk to him in just a second. And what about the concerns that you had, Mr. Galaviz?
Mr. Wolf is drafting, I think, agreed facts or something. He spoke with Ms. Opper, so he's doing something regarding his conversation with Ms. Opper.
Ms. Opper, what's up from your perspective?
Yeah, I just had suggested or offered that if there was some kind of agreement we could reach or stipulation as to the materials that Ms. Pescador reviewed. I don't know what she reviewed, but I was willing to look at that and see if, in lieu of Attorney Galaviz testifying, which obviously that's their choice, but I just...
But it's problematic because the Supreme Court rules are SCR 20:3.7, if you want to take a look at it. I don't know if you've had it reviewed it, Mr. Galaviz. And again, I don't know whether or not you need to testify. but that's something that we can talk about. But first of all, anyway, that's the operative Supreme Court rule. And then there's an ethics opinion that was just issued, EF-25-01, issued June 6th of 2025, pertaining to lawyers as witnesses. And I'm just going to read the synopsis.
Yeah, let's hear it, Judge.
And this is just the synopsis. It says, in general, a lawyer may not testify as a fact witness at a trial at which they also appear as an advocate for a client, nor if they are likely to be necessary witness, nor if they are likely to be a necessary witness may the lawyer choose to forego testifying to continue in an advocacy role. And again, it references Supreme Court Rule 20:3.7a.
So you could testify, but you have to step down from the case.
A witness is necessary if their testimony is critical for the client's case and unavailable from other sources. Protecting the integrity of and public confidence in the judicial system and avoiding jury confusion over the lawyer's role are the most common justifications for the rule. Because the rule protects the integrity of the justice system rather than only the interests of the parties, informed consent does not prevent disqualification of the lawyer or exclusion of their testimony. That's a summary, and I'll get to that in a minute. So, Mr. Pahl, I asked you a bit earlier about your decision to testify.
Here it is.
The first thing I'm going to ask, do you think you've had enough time to talk to your attorney, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Pull this microphone closer. And you said, yeah, you've had enough time to talk to them, right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you understand that you have a constitutional right to testify?
Yes, I do understand that.
And do you understand you have a constitutional right not to testify?
Yes.
Do you understand that the decision whether to testify is for you to make, not your lawyer's decision?
Yes, I do.
And has anybody made any threats or promises to you to influence your decision?
No.
Have you discussed your decision whether or not to testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Have you made a decision?
Yes.
What is your decision, sir?
Well, I think Opera's too good at fabrication, so I don't think it would be a good idea for me to testify.
Okay. And Mr. Wolfer or Mr. Galleries, I think you were talking to him. Have you had sufficient opportunity to thoroughly discuss the case and the decision whether to testify with your client?
Yes, sir. I have talked to Mr. Pahl about this subject many times.
And are you satisfied that he's making the decision knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Opera's too good at
All right,
fabrication.
and do you believe you've had more than enough time, Mr. Galleries? You said you talked to him a number of times.
Yes, sir. I have
And-
plenty of time.
And just both yesterday afternoon and this morning as well, and then during the break?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So based on the statements made by Mr. Pahl and the information provided by Mr. Galaviz, I'll find at this time that Mr. Pahl has knowingly, freely, intelligently, and voluntarily made a decision, and that decision that he's not going to testify. And I'll note that, I've had Mr. Pahl appears to be doing what he can to assist his attorneys. He's taking notes. He's writing questions. Mr. Pahl, what's your level of education, sir?
I've had some college.
Okay, and again, he's a person who is able to freely communicate effectively and efficiently in the English language. I've heard his recordings of his remarks with interrogators and so on. He seems to be an intelligent man, well-spoken, and very cognizant and aware of his surroundings and the proceedings that he's involved in. So again, I'll find that his decision is made knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily, that he's not going to testify. All right, now, let's get back to this issue. Is there something that, Mr. Wolf, that you're working on, some agreement or stipulation about this issue, about what the witness received for her testimony?
Your Honor, yes. And what I've given the state is just maybe a list of agreed upon facts that could be presented to the jury about that process, obviously, in light of what the court stated, and obviously making every effort to not create an issue about whether or not Attorney Galaviz testifies or not testifies.
All right, and you've given that to Ms. Opper?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Ms. Opper, have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes, I'm close to completing my review of it, Your Honor.
I'll give you a minute then or two.
Okay,
And you can talk to Mr. Wolf too.
Yes, the criticism was not directed at Attorney Galaviz. It was challenging the basis of the witness's opinion.
I understand, but if you're working on a stipulation, finish that up.
Wow. We're cranking up the heat. Turn up the heat a little bit here at the end of the trial. We are just a little bit behind. If we skip lunch, we'll probably catch up. But the defendant says that because Sue, Miss Opper, is so good at fabrication, I think it would be best if I not testify. Basically, accusing the prosecution of making things up and being so good at it that they would just beat him with false facts. So he waves the right to remain silent flag as his choice. And Sue tips her hat and says, "I'll take that as a compliment." And they go on. Now this stipulation, it's possible that that this is done to remedy something if the witness for the defense has answered incorrectly, specifically regarding what materials she was given. If she was given the police reports and just didn't read them or didn't analyze them carefully, it is the defense's responsibility to correct that before the court. So if they can do this by way of a stipulation, just like here's what we gave her, they don't have to stand up in front of the court and impeach their own witness. Just to correct the record, and then Sue, if she catches it, she can bring it up. This trial's more intriguing than I thought it would be. The end is getting better and better. Can you imagine if the witness had taken the stand, what Sue would have done to him? We're just waiting for audio here. I have none. Yep. Thanks. We'd like a little more, though. Things still getting passed between the attorneys. Stipulation is more favorable to the state than defense. I think either way is a win for the defense. What are we waiting for? I'd love to have some audio. Oh, we're still at break. So let's skip through the break. We're waiting for somebody.
And the jurors are not present, and I've received a document that says stipulated and agreed facts, and there are 7 agreed upon facts that the defendant, along with Mr. Wolf and Ms. Opper, agreed to, and signed by each of the parties. My understanding, how do we want to handle this?
Read it to the jury, right?
I think, Your Honor, maybe upon the conclusion of Ms. Pescador's testimony, you can read it.
All right, and is that what you want, Ms. Opper?
That's agreeable, Your Honor.
Or you want it right away, right up front?
I don't.
Okay.
You want me to read it after her testimony?
Well, it might make more sense. Your Honor, I actually asked the court to read it before I begin my redirect.
Okay, all right, we'll bring her in. We'll bring the jurors in, and I'll read this to the jurors then.
Yes.
That's what you want?
Yes.
All right.
Agreed.
Okay, very good. And again, I'll note it was signed by Mr. Wolf, Mr. Pahl, and Ms. Opper. Mr. Pahl, you did sign this, sir?
Yes.
All right, and did you do so freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Let's bring them in. And bring your witness in, sir.
You know,
Mr. Wolf.
I will.
In the right light, you could argue that Sue Opper fabrication is the threat that Mr. Pahl received about testifying. If you testify, Sue's going to chew you up and spit you out. So when you asked if did anyone threaten you or promise anything to you, it could be both. I promise you, she's going to destroy you. We're moments away from being live.
And I'm going to just explain to the witness what's going to happen before she begins to testify. Okay. I'm going to be reading the stipulation to the jurors first before Mr. Wolf starts to ask you questions, okay?
Witness doesn't know what opine means. I noticed that in the question.
All rise for the jury.
All right, all 14 jurors have returned. Thank you very much, everybody. Please be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, you can be seated, ma'am. Thank you again for your patience. I can assure you that while you were gone, and an extent of the 15-minute break that I had intended, we were working on some matters, legal matters. And before Ms. Pescador continues, I am going to read to you a stipulation and agreed facts from the parties. It is hereby stipulated and agreed as follows. Better light over here, that one's up. Number one, that during the search, Canine Raven exhibited 2 changes of behavior. Number 2, that in his report, Deputy Willis stated that Detective LaFleur later confirmed the 2 vehicles Canine Raven exhibited changes of behavior on were involved in fatalities. Number 3, that Attorney Galaviz became the attorney of record in this case at the beginning of April 2025, that at that time, no one in the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department or the Office of the District Attorney had a comprehensive list of the vehicles that were in the garage on September 19, 2022. Number 4, that counsel for the defense made an open records request to the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. Number 5, that counsel for defense received reports related to the vehicles in the garage on September 19, 2022 from the Waukesha County Sheriff's Department. Number 6, that counsel prepared a summary which was substantially similar to Exhibit 610. Number 7, that summary was provided to Ms. Pescador. This stipulation and agreement is signed by Mr. Wolf, attorney for Mr. Pahl as well, and Attorney Opper also. So, Mr. Wolf, your redirect examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Pescador, you read a portion, I believe, of Deputy Willis's report that said those 2 vehicles were, quote, involved in fatalities, unquote, correct?
Correct.
And so when you received the information from Attorney Galaviz, it was basically your understanding was a summary of information he had that related to all the vehicles or the inventory of the garage on September 19th, 2022.
Correct.
And you were simply looking for, you were trying to determine how many of the vehicles were, I want to use the right words, involved in fatalities.
Correct. I was trying to see how many vehicles were involved in fatalities and matching language from the report that Officer Willis wrote.
And some of there was that additional column that kind of gave a little bit more detail as well, and that was helpful for you to try to understand the environment where this search was conducted.
Correct.
So part of your job, you analyze searches both in training scenarios and real life, correct?
Yes.
And can you give me an example of an evaluation that you've conducted?
Yes, so there's operational proficiency or effectiveness, and then there's forensic reliability. Those are 2 different types of evaluations that I perform.
Can you give me an example of an operational efficiency evaluation?
Sure. So operational efficiency is more of a field test, and that is to determine how efficient or effective a canine team performs in the field. For the handler, it can be search planning, being able to read the dog, as I said before, their body language, being able to tell the dog's alert, its changes of behavior, and for the dog's performance, how well it is able to work independently from the handler, that it's not cued by the handler, it's not paying too much attention to the handler's own body language and movements, that it is able to independently work, perform its alerts, and that they work together as a team effectively.
Okay. What about, you said forensic, what kind of evaluation would involve an analysis under forensic reliability?
So that is more of an analysis of process, and it does include an evaluation of training logs, making sure that the team has been performing consistently over time, that the team it's documented that the team has performed that consistent training. That includes discrimination apart from animal remains, so that the dog is not cued by that. It can tell the difference. So in the field test for forensic reliability, we will put out animal remains, which could be animal bones. So as an evaluator, I will keep animal bones. You may find roadkill for that. You could use pork. You can use pork. You could use chicken. And you'll put it out in the field to make sure that the dog isn't cued by that, and it'll go and alert on that. Sometimes they will, and that will be a way to identify a problem. There are many ways that you can test for problems with that. I had given an example yesterday of a dog that will false alert based on the scent cues of previous dogs or handlers. So you're checking for biases and problems with cueing in that regard, as well as a history of consistent training.
Okay. What kind of evaluation did you do in this particular case?
This involved records, and it involved very comprehensive documentation that was kept by Officer Willis in this case. that provided a lot of that information that I was able to help perform that assessment for forensic reliability.
Okay. Were there things that were lacking that did not allow you to get to establish forensic reliability?
In his documentation, there was records of his training, and there was lacking of training.
Okay, what about the actual test? What do you think in the test caused into question forensic reliability?
Objection vague. What test?
During the search in this particular case, what do you feel causes questions as far as the forensic reliability of that search?
He's clarified. I'm not going to rule on the objection.
No.
Right, go ahead, ma'am. You can answer that.
Thank you. There was no documentation of discrimination, training, or testing against animal remains. So that was entered in as an issue, as well as documented cases of false alerts on vehicles and multiple vehicle training.
What about the actual test itself that you saw that would cause concern about its forensic reliability?
May I ask for clarification?
What aspects of Deputy Willis and Raven's search on September 19th, 2022 cause you concern about any forensic reliability?
Burping of the vehicle was one issue because of the potential for introducing human odor cues.
Okay, what else?
Could you please?
Were there any actions by the handler that caused you concern for forensic reliability?
It was his behavior at that critical moment when Raven had turned at the service door, and then he had the handler had turned around as well at that moment, or approximately within the same frame of time.
Okay, what about the environment? Did the environment cause you concern for forensic reliability?
Yes, it wasn't just what vehicles were present in the building on that day, but it is the history and the use of that building to store vehicles that had been involved in fatal accidents or vehicles that had been involved in serious injuries. So it's an accumulation over time. It's the history of that building.
Okay, so even if certain of those vehicles that were on the list were removed, there could still be some residual.
It's the fact that that vehicle, Mr. Pahl's vehicle, was placed in that building, and if I recall correctly, it had been stored in there for 2 days prior to the search taking place. It had introduced the potential for cross-contamination of odor. The ventilation fans in that building were also noted as being on during that time, which provided airflow and an even greater potential for cross-contamination.
Okay.
So even if that vehicle had been taken out of that building and placed in a parking lot, if a search had been performed, even then it still had that potential for cross-contamination.
Okay. Finally, the issue is raised as far as your compensation, correct?
Correct.
And you are getting paid in this case, correct?
Correct.
And do you get paid for everything you do?
Not everything.
Okay. You could have requested the police reports from Attorney Galaviz, correct?
I suppose so, yes.
And you could have spent hours and hours on those police reports, correct?
Correct.
And why didn't you do that?
I felt that I had enough information based on the scope of what I was looking for.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Reed Cross.
So just to be clear, this was not a test, right? This was an actual search in the field on September 19th of 2022 by K9 Raven, correct?
Correct.
So anytime you're referencing a test, that's not what this was, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you agree with me that it was a blind search?
Correct.
Okay. And it is incorrect when you just testified that Raven turned at the service door, correct? That's not where she turned.
I said the approximate location and time.
No, you said she turned at the service door. She turned right when she got to the back bumper of that truck, correct? She was passing by the back bumper of the truck.
It was around that area, the same area as the service door, according to the diagram drawn by Officer Willis.
And after that, Investigator Willis started to walk the other direction, consistent with prior trainings, correct?
Could you please rephrase your question?
Yes. After the dog's walking past the car, right? Dog's walking past Mr. Pahl's vehicle in the garage. You agree with that?
Past his vehicle?
Yes, the dog.
I'm sorry.
This is the vehicle. She's walking past the vehicle, right? My table's the vehicle. The dog comes around the side, correct?
Sue, show us.
The dog comes from this way. The table's the car, the truck.
Okay.
Okay? Based on what we heard from Investigator Willis, the dog walks past and then suddenly turns, has a change of behavior, goes to the rear passenger side, and provides a trained formal alert, correct?
Where's the service door in this case?
Tell me.
I'm asking you. You're walking around, but I can't tell where the service door is in your scenario.
This is the truck.
Okay.
This is the direction of travel for Raven. Are you with me?
I'm following.
Okay. Where's the service door?
I'm asking you.
You'd agree with me, Ms. Pescador? There's absolutely nothing in the training records that suggests Raven hits on animal remains, correct?
Well, he didn't write that down. He didn't proof against it.
He didn't write it down. It's in his training records, correct?
No, there's no indication that he ever trained against that. He didn't proof off of it.
Yes, there
You're
is.
telling me there's nothing in his training records where he documented there be search training areas and there were animal remains present and the dog did not alert. Are you telling me that's not in his records?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. So I'll finish your excuse.
Oh, okay.
All right?
Thank you.
Sure.
I remember the chart with the X's and the different categories and everything. I think we did see that did not hit on animal remains.
All right.
The witness doesn't know where the service door is.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Any rebuttal testimony from the state?
No, Judge.
Okay. So, folks, here's what's going to happen. That means the testimony's over.
That means
right?
we're done. It's time for a poll.
I am going to talk to the attorneys about jury instructions and how we're going to proceed after this. And what that means, effectively, is that you're going to turn your notebooks over because the testimony's finished to Mike, and then you'll get them back when you deliberate. I'm going to do this. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room now, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers a little bit about timing. And then what's going to happen is you're probably going to get an extended lunch time. And then we're going to come back with jury instructions and final statements. After we have the closing instructions, so we're going to have instructions. I'll read most of them. We'll have closing arguments, and there's very few instructions after that. And then immediately before you start your deliberations, we're going to select the two alternates who will not involve themselves in the deliberations, right? And I can assure you that that's going to be done by random computer assignment, and I have no idea who it's going to be, right? And it will be a very disconcerting experience for the two of you, whoever it's going to be, when you're told, thank you very much, you're excused. And I apologize for that, but again, I think you can understand, I think this is our 8th day here, I think, right? And you understand that during that time period, anything could have happened with anybody. And that's why we have the two alternates, especially in a trial like this that's going to last that long. So my instructions to you now are go back to the jury room, take your notebooks, wait a little bit. I'll talk to the attorneys about timing, and then I'll send word back to Mike, and he'll instruct you when you're to return this afternoon. All right? Anything else from the state before we break?
No, Judge.
All right. Anything else from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. Thank you, folks.
All rise for the verdict.
As the jury leaves, let me tell you what we're going to do. We are going to skip the jury instructions because I'd like to get the closings live. We're going to skip the jury instructions. We're going to hear them anyway. So them arguing over the jury instructions, not a factor. It's not evidence. Nothing new will come in here. There's no new motions. There's no anything that matters. This is just all three of them getting on the same page.
All right, have a seat, everybody. The jurors have left. Yesterday, our clerk, I believe, at the end of the day, sent very rough drafts of instructions that we had received from the parties. And I think it's probably prudent for me to, well, let me put this, let's talk about timing first. I think that we can finish up by noon talking about instructions and probably having a finalized form for them. We could take a lunch break, and then the parties can come back and approve finally of the instructions, right?
Yeah.
And then we can go on towards our closing
this afternoon
instructions and then closing statements. So what I would probably
arguments.
propose is that we tell the jurors to come back at 1:15, and then we'll move on from there. Ms. Gordon?
That's fine with the state.
Mr. Wolf? Mr. Gallagher?
That's good, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right.
So give me 1 second.
They're going to do that. All right. So we are now caught up. Does that work? Which means we need to take a little tiny lunch break. Probably less than half an hour. When they come back, let's do a half-hour lunch break. Can we do that? Let me build a portal so we can all zoom over. Probably less than half an hour is what I'm thinking. So we're on day 6, part 2. For us, day 6. The dates are all weird, but and we're going to come back at 1:45 or sooner if they come back sooner. I think that should be it. Whew. All right. Greeners was first in chat, I think. Barely beat Regina Crawford. Building the portal as we speak. Be thinking about what you want to eat for lunch because we don't have much time. We need you to eat quick, return to your seats promptly, and be ready to go here in a little bit. It has been spicy this afternoon. It's been a little bit heated, and I've loved it. Loved every minute of it. We're gonna go to lunch, but if they jump back here before 1:45, we're just starting. I have a poll going right now. Let me enter the poll. Currently, we have 250 votes. Is Matthew Pahl guilty as charged? No, not guilty, 5%. Yes, guilty as charged, 88%. Only guilty of being a bad dude, 8%. So interesting numbers there. We'll see if that holds true on the jury verdict as well. He did not testify because he was afraid of Sue, and he said so. Afraid of what Sue would do to him. All right, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live in just mere moments. No more than half an hour. And hopefully we can get to 1,000 likes in the afternoon stream. I know some people want to give some memberships if that happens. Only got to 716 on this one, so click the like button on the way out. That would be great, and then we'll see you on the other side. And we're going to get live closings and verdict watch. Wow, it's been a while. Verdict watch on the way. Sounds good. You guys have a fantastic lunch. We'll see you in a little bit. Bye.